Iron Health Board. I'd like to welcome the guests who are attending today. Rob Jones, who is the Charitable Funds Manager, and also to Sarah Goody, who will lead the Arts in Health project, and I shall introduce her companions when we get to that item. Thank you. They're good to see you. Apologies for absence of Vivek Goel. Anybody else? I've asked for those to join us, but I think he's been able to. Well, we'll put him down as a query at the moment, please. Any declarations of interest arising from the agenda today? No? Thank you. The consent agenda business 2.1. Does any member wish to bring any item forward from the consent agenda for discussion today? You will note that we've changed the consent agenda format slightly by bringing into the main body of the meeting the reports on issues that committees wish to raise at board level. So that I think is helpful. And thank you very much for your comments. Going on to 3.1, the update from me. Well, apart from my usual visits and endless meetings, it seems, the last couple of months have been absorbed quite a bit with two major matters. One of them is the review of maternity and neonatal services, which is being undertaken Wales-wide. The group that has been established, led by Sally Holland, has set up two main stakeholder panels, one consisting of users of services and one consisting of bodies interested in maternity and neonatal services, either as providers or charities, etc. I represent the chairs on that group, and Carol Shillabeer, the Chief Executive of Betsy Cadwallader, represents the Chief Executives. We have met 3 times. As you will be aware, the project is now steering its way towards its closure. They hoped, when we had the meeting a couple of weeks ago, they hoped to complete their report by the end of January and would publish it in mid-February. They have finished collecting their data. They have finished reviewing all the stakeholders, including parents, organisations. They've done organisational visits, and they have met a large number of staff, I think over 300. So they've done what seems to be a pretty thorough job. The issues that, as a chair, I advised them to pursue was an analysis that would be available from every health board of the morbidity of the population and how it has changed over the last 10 years, which would underline some or explain some of the changes in the data that you see. And also for the health boards to explain absolutely explicitly the design and delivery of the care that they provide, because we all have very different populations, and therefore the style and shape of the service is also different. Because if you, most of the reviewers are from, in fact all of them I think, are from England, they might not appreciate that the style and shape of services can be quite different depending on where you live. So they have done that as well. And so we look forward to receiving a copy of their report in mid-February, which obviously we will be discussing at the next meeting of this board. We also had the public accountability meeting with the Cabinet Secretary in Cardiff, which was the first of its kind. It had been recommended by the Ministerial Advisory Group on Accountability. that actually had suggested that a little more of the meeting was focused on and the future and how we were responding to needs. The first one was obviously focused on performance. The issues that our meeting focused on was very much where improvements were needed, which are not unknown at all to us and on which we have been working for some considerable time. In other words, money and urgent and emergency care, with ambulance handovers being predominant. We were also asked about winter preparedness and delayed transfers of care, and there will be a report further on in the agenda about that. And he also wanted to have a good in-depth discussion on planned care and our reduction in long waiting times, on which we've improved considerably. So it was a helpful meeting, which has been followed up, and these, we understand, will be a regular feature for the future. So, but that was quite okay. At the same time, I received a letter from the Cabinet Secretary stating that because of our difficulties in balancing our financial commitments, he was going to withdraw approval for the intermediate plan. So our IMTP approval is withdrawn. I have asked our executive to prepare for us all for publication the analysis of the first year of the IMTP, what we achieved, what we were unable to achieve and why, and what extra we achieved, so that there is a complete record which is accurate about what we actually succeeded in doing, because we've done a lot of that IMTP, and I should be sending that back to the Cabinet Secretary as a record to be tracked through to the next scrutiny meeting. We've had two chairs meetings as well during this period, where we've obviously looked at performance and accountability, because every one of us has now been, I think, finished the accountability meetings, and so our suggestions for the future and how that might be more helpful to the Cabinet Secretary. We also have discussed the new partly completed strategy on called Community by Design, which highlights our desire to move services out of hospitals. So that's really the wrong way around. It's actually to grow services within the community, so nobody has to go to the hospital, but now do. We have put forward our suggestions and hopefully they will be taken note of. At the moment, there is a group which is steering this, but we haven't heard anything back from them. And I understand, but I'm not quite sure, that the policy will be published in the next 3 months. I do hope the consultation will be valuable in helping shape its final look. I'm on the behalf of the chairs. I also met the Bevan Commission, as they were interested to know how better they could help the health service with research and development. So we will continue that discussion in March. And finally, actually the best bit of the month was I was asked to judge the applications for the Aspiring Chief Executive Programme, which hosts 6 aspiring chief executives. We had 16 applicants. It was very, very difficult to choose between them. I was very pleased with the applications that were received. And so we decided to not do that programme, but to actually take everybody on to help them all move further towards advancing their careers and their knowledge and their skills. And we will evaluate that after a year. So we didn't get down to 6, and the whole 16 have gone on. And I thought it was quite encouraging after battling for years to get a good development programme for aspiring executives and chief executives, finally to see that HEIW has done it at last. And although we've had to modify it, I think that's a good thing because it's much more encouraging. So I was very pleased about that, and I was really pleased to see the quality of the applications throughout Wales, and it was throughout Wales too. It wasn't just stuck in certain corners, which was really good. So I wish them all luck and a good career for the future. So that's basically what I've been doing. Any comments? It's awfully busy. I have to say, it's awfully busy, and I feel very sorry for the executives and the pressure that they're under. It seems to be unremitting at the moment, and I know that we're all here to support and help them wherever we possibly can, but it's unremitting pressure at present, which is okay, but you know, you can't go on for too long under that sort of pressure. So well done to you all. Thank you. Okay, Nicola.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Chair. So I think following on from that, it's been a fairly relentless January. I think it's been fair to say. I think lots of huge work went on ahead of the Christmas period to prepare ourselves as best as possible for the winter. But I think January, as we faced a number of fairly significant challenges, and as you know, we ended up having to declare a critical incident on the 11th, 12th of January that weekend. As a result of, there was a combination of factors. We'd seen some high peaks in some of our demand, the acuity on the site, some of our sites, and we had obviously with ongoing kind of delays in some of our discharges alongside some significant infection outbreaks. We were hoping to de-escalate quicker than we did. And that was a result of norovirus kind of being a major issue across some of our hospitals, which has been seen in other parts of Wales. So it's been a kind of common challenge across many parts. And probably the highest, the highest levels of norovirus I've seen since I've been kind of here. So it really did throw us, I think, in terms of our ability to de-escalate from the position. And I just want to kind of formally thank the efforts of all the staff over the last 2 months, really, in terms of the relentless pressure they've been working under, and the continued resilience and commitment to kind of making sure we treat patients as safely as possible. And I think there's also a thank you to the public as well for their patience during this time. We know there's been waits longer than we would like. We've also had to put restrictions around visiting, which we know is very difficult. So I just want to kind of formally thank the public support for us during this time. We have de-escalated. We are in a better position than we were, albeit we are still continuing to face pressures. But again, working hard to continue to improve as we hopefully ease ourselves out of the winter period. And obviously that came on the back of a difficult week for the Health Board just before Christmas. We, the decision to escalate us to level 4 for the finance and planning and the urgent emergency care. We were already in level 3 for both of those. Obviously was disappointing for us as an organisation, albeit we acknowledge the reasons with why our decision was made. And there's a paper later in the agenda which sets out the work we were doing to continue to try to address those particular issues and the challenges we're facing. And as the Chair mentioned, that the Public Accountability meeting was a good opportunity earlier in December to set out some of the improvements we have made and the continued work that was ongoing. On a positive note, we have this continued commitment by Welsh Government to reduce waiting lists, and we managed to secure additional funding this month from Welsh Government to be able to treat, hopefully, all of our 2-year waits. Particularly orthopaedics was a remaining challenge we still didn't have a decision on, and we've now got a way forward on that, albeit lots of pressures on the team to see additional 100 or hundreds of patients extra in the next few months, which we are working really closely on. And as a result of the outpatient funding we've had for some time, big reductions in our outpatients over 1 year, marked up in the performance report, but gone from 17,000 early in the year, we're down to less than 6,000 now, waiting over a year. So big reductions on the back of that additional funding that's been given to us. And then in amongst the challenges of winter, obviously we can't stop. We need to look ahead for 26, 27, and just before Christmas we were given the planning framework and the allocation letter for next year. So I know the teams have been working hard around pulling together our draft plans ahead of next year. But again, that will be another challenging year for us around our ability to continue to deliver improved performance in a really challenged financial context as well. So obviously next month we'll be bringing our formal INTP. Jacqueline Totterdale, the Chief Executive of NHS Wales Director General, she came for a visit on the 16th of January. She came to the Grange and was interested in seeing how the first floor was run. So I was pleased to welcome her and share some of where we've got challenges, but all the improvement work we've done and that is still underway. So she fed back that she really welcomed the visit and really enjoyed that. And the teams were great in terms of giving her a good oversight. And then just to finish, I want to congratulate Catherine Thomas, who one of our members of staff who received a King's Honours just after Christmas, which is fantastic for all her work on volunteering, and she really is a great advocate for all the volunteering. I know all you have the pleasure of working with Catherine, so really great to see that recognition. And during that difficult time, I've been out and about, been on various patient safety visits, done a couple of patient choice awards, long service awards, and again really inspiring to see how some of our fantastic staff, and in amongst some quite difficult letters or complaints you get when people have to wait longer, I still receive some of the most amazing compliments from patients and families about the fantastic care that they've received. And it really is quite humbling during some of these challenging times to receive such wonderful feedback. So I'll always like to finish on a positive. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions to Nicola?
You're welcome.
Yep. Thank you very much. Could we move on to 4.1, the corporate trustee business and the annual report and accounts for the AB UFB Charitable Fund? And Rob, if you'd like to come to the table. Rob, I think you're going to start.
Yeah, so as an overview, this is the charitable funds accounts for the financial year ending 31st of March 25. The Health Board is the corporate trustee of the charitable funds for the overall Health Board, and these accounts and annual report have been subject to audit, and unqualified audit opinions being given, and they were approved by the Charitable Funds Committee over this month. We then have to, subject to today's approval, file the accounts and the annual report with the Charities Commission by the 31st of January. In terms of key points, our income for the year was £795,000. We spent 1.3 million, and the differential was supported from a release from our investments, again in line with our strategy to utilise the charitable funding as much as we can for the benefit of staff and patients. We've got a carry forward of funds, £4.9 million, and in terms of utilisation, and it's in the report, we've invested in things like training, televisions for patient benefits, some equipment, supported awards. It's all very relevant and helpful stuff to support the organisation beyond our normal funding levels. I'll hand over to Paul in a second, but basically the request for today is for the board to review, approve the accounts, the letter of representation and the annual report to file with the Charities Commission by the 31st of January. Okay.
Thank you. Any questions to Rob? Okay. Paul?
Just to say, I think it's an excellent charitable fund report and the accounts, and I think that what is evidence, some really great work evidenced, and the support from the charitable funds actually making a difference, which I think is important. Lots of plans and ideas for the future to raise the profile of the charitable trust. I think it's important that we do as much as we can with staff for them to realise we are a charity and we can do a lot more. Talking to Anne earlier about what she'd seen in a particular hospital, about when you enter, I think there's a lot more we can do, and there's lots of good ideas coming forward on that from the committee. I think it's important to thank Rob and the team, Gareth, and the Charitable Funds team for their excellent work. There's a great sort of can-do atmosphere there. I'm very grateful to Nicola, Rob, Neil, Akmal for their support as members of the committee, and just to recommend the report for approval. Bearing in mind it's gone through some quite detailed processes, but I think we're in a really good place. But I think we're in a better place we can be in terms of the raising the profile, etc. And I think the more we can work on that to try and raise a profile for staff and for patients, then the better, because ultimately we all benefit.
Thank you. Any questions to Paul about the report? Yes, Helen.
Thank you. No, it's excellent to see all the things that are going on. I just wondered, how do you ensure that those areas of the health board that don't have a restricted fund or aren't the sort of obvious place that gets funding delegated to that area, how do you ensure that all those sort of areas that are off the sort of main radar get involved in charitable funds and get access to the money or know about it?
I think that there's quite a significant programme of work that's been undertaken, particularly by the Charitable Funds team. And I think looking around this table, we're also looking at executive team members to talk to divisional managers to make sure they're aware of it. I mean, I think the profile of the charity has been raised significantly in recent times. But again, what we want to do is to make sure that that is out for everybody, but equally that everybody has an opportunity to bring forward ideas about fundraising as well. So I think that we're doing all we can to explore that opportunity, and we'll know more when we get more applications for funds as well from areas. The restricted funds are obviously restricted, but again, there's some conversations going on there. But equally, when we've got the general fund, then we want as much opportunity from areas to apply for funds for us to be able to support, and I think it's important to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want to add anything, Rob?
Yeah, I completely support everything that Paul has said, that there's some great work from child defibrillators to training that we've done, supporting the annual staff event. So it's fantastic to see that, but there's so much more we can do. And I think raising that profile helps support that general fund, which alleviates your concern, which is if you're a less sexy ward that gets less donations, you're left out, and that general fund and having money that is unallocated is really important going forward.
Any questions, Penny?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for all the fantastic work. And there was a bit in it about concern about donations have been reduced. Are you concerned about that? Is there a way? Are they coming up? Are they improving?
I think that in terms of sort of donations, if we raise the profile, then people are aware of what we're doing. And I think it's fair to say that even amongst staff, they're not aware that we've got a charity. So I think the more we can do, the more opportunities there are, the more labelling and identifying. We're looking at sort of having a logo for the charity. And if you go into a hospital and you can see that this has been provided by the charitable funds and people are aware, and then when they're thinking about if they did want to donate or give a gift, then there's an opportunity for us to sort of utilise that really and to welcome it.
Yeah.
I think it's about doing a bit more promotional stuff as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Well, can I just thank you, Paul, in particular, for the really good work that you've done to raise the profile of the charitable funds availability, because an awful lot of staff didn't know much about it, and I think you've really taken excellent steps forward to increase the profile and to use these resources in an effective way, and that is noticeable from the report itself. And also thank obviously all the people who've chosen to donate to us, because we wouldn't have a fund without them, and it makes such a difference to patient experience. And it's been good to see the work that we've been able to achieve over the years, but it's all down to people's generosity and kindness at the end of the day. So keeping the profile up is really, really important. And I know that you've worked hard to do that. So thank you very much indeed. And thank you to the team, Rob, for all the hard work that they've undertaken. Any further comments? No?
Approve them?
Yes. Do we approve it? Oh, I don't know about that. Yes. Thank you. Moving on to 5 and 5.1, patient experience and public engagement. I'm very pleased to welcome Sarah Lee today, Barbara Cunningham and Claire Turner from the Arts and Health Project, who will be presenting our patient experience story on the impact of the creative programme offered to service users of perinatal services. And Peter, I think you're going to start us off, are you not?
Yeah, actually, can we start with the patient story and then I'll talk
Okay.
about the annual report around our arts and health strategy. I think Sarah and Claire have got a few slides to just introduce us to the patient story and then.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to come and share what our Arts and Health team deliver for the Health Board. And I have my colleague Claire Turner with me, who's our project officer, and Barbara Cunningham, who is one of our amazing peer mentors. And they are part of a larger team who contributed to the project that we're looking at a patient story from this morning. So this patient story is from a mother called Amy, and she has been able to be supported in engaging with creative activities and various times within her young children's lives. And she's somebody that we support with many of our services. She's chosen to remain anonymous for this story, but I think the story will speak to itself about her experience of engaging with our creative activities and why that was meaningful to her. We have questions about the story, and we have Barbara, who supported Amy in making that story and supports many and most of our service users who work with our creative programme, and Claire, who can talk more specifically about the creative programme itself. So we can flip through these slides if you'd like to read them. I'm going to talk a bit about our funding process for this particular project. So if we can click through, thank you. So Arts and Minds is a project that was brought to Wales by the Behring Foundation, and they work with the Arts Council Wales and Welsh Government to provide a funding stream available to all of the health boards. And in the first instance, the health board's arts and health teams asked to dedicate the fund wherever they felt it was necessary to support arts and mental health. And this was very soon after COVID. So each health board had a set of objectives they were trying to achieve. And at that time, our project officer post was with Family and Therapies and had done a lot of extensive work supporting young families and young parents of families, and felt that this project would be the best way of looking at that fund in delivering a range of activities to support parents with young children who are service users. So for 3 years, we managed to develop that project and work with a team of artists who worked in dance and movement and visual arts and music. And we also worked with Blind Start and Blind and Gwent, who supported dads who were in supportive services at the time too. So that funding was delivered on an annual basis through proposal and approval, and was monitored by the Arts Council Wales on behalf of the Behrings Project. We have just completed our 4th year of that project, but we were asked to consider in our 4th year working with our CAMS population. So we've just finished the 1st year of our Young Persons Voices project and are just beginning the 2nd. So I'll leave that as an introduction to the basis of the project. And if we flick through, we can move into the patient story. I think that's a good introduction.
Yeah, both the patient story.
When I had my daughter Sylvia, I really struggled with anxiety, intrusive thoughts and low mood. I was referred to the perinatal mental health team and they recommended I join a new creative group they were running. I've always been a creative person, so this appealed to me, and despite my initial fears and anxiety, the group was so welcoming, non-judgmental, supportive right from the start. The sessions were very informal, with a calm flow throughout the activities. We would start by sort of sitting around in a circle with us mats and pillows, with a range of toys, sensory items for the babies. We would introduce ourselves and our children, do a grounding exercise, so ground ourselves into the space by doing some guided breathing exercises and stretches. I didn't realise how much tension I was actually holding in my body. I found these exercises extremely helpful to begin to relax, and I would feel my shoulders dropping, down, my heart rate slowing, just feeling calmer and more present, like in the moment, rather than my mind being so busy and being in my feelings. So it actually could be quite emotional at times to give myself that space and time to reconnect with my body, and the group allowed me to do that. The dedicated time, I knew I'd be going there every week and I could allow myself to have that, whereas when you're at home and you're just a busy mum and doing all these things, it's hard to think like, no, I'm going to take time for myself and slow down. Then what we would usually do is sing a few songs or nursery rhymes with the babies to introduce them into the group. Again, it's a simple but effective tool to help us connect our now calmer selves with our babies and engage with them on a musical, stimulating level. The planned activity would then be introduced, adapted to how we felt on that day. One of the sessions that we did was working with air-dried clay. I think that really reflected the concept of sessions that we did. We were encouraged to focus on how the clay felt in our hands, like between our fingers, the textures and forms that we could create. It was less, you have to make a bowl or you have to make a certain sculpture or something. It wasn't like that. It was, could we make a shape or something to express how we felt in that moment? So it was very to the individual. There was no rules. You didn't feel judged that you weren't like an expert artist or creative person. It was a lot more to do with how we were feeling. We didn't have to produce anything recognisable or tangible, and we just simply used the clay to anything that we needed. Another session that we did was to do with dance or movement. So in life, we often get stuck doing the same things or moving in the same way every day. So not just in our bodies, but our minds as well, like especially as mums, carrying the mental load as well as physically holding our babies and doing chores. But during the creative group, one of the artists, she would put some funky music on. We were encouraged to move in various abstract ways. For example, make yourself as big as possible while moving through the space slowly. Do a repetitive arm movement while hopping on one leg, and then it would switch up to something else. It was just all sorts of silly and simple things. It really made me laugh and we had so much fun with it. It gave me that experience of joy. It ultimately provided me with a break from the thoughts in my head by being active and moving in ways which required a level of concentration, but not so much as in it was set moves or you had to learn this choreography. It was just freedom of movement and just feeling in your body and going with the music. I loved how it gave me release from feeling confined into a role, to just move for the sake of it and let the music move me. It also greatly helped me connect with my daughter during one of the sessions. We were asked to mirror our baby's movements. We'd get down on the ground and we crawling around, copying their actions, waving our hands and just getting down to their level and trying to experience things through their eyes. So by going to the creative group, it gave me a sense of confidence to carry on these activities at home and outside. It just gave myself space to do things. From the group, I made friends who I'm still friends with now, like lifelong friends. It allowed me to continue to meet up with them outside of the group. We do creative things. Me and this other girl and her little girl who's similar age to my daughter, we carved out pumpkins. The one day we sat the girls in there and we did some photos and we did some painting, and I never would have done that if I hadn't have gone to the group and formed a friendship, and it was lovely. The benefits were just instant, they were just proven, and I knew that it would help me. I just loved it. Being able to take some of the techniques from the group that we practiced, like the breathing and the stretching, opened my eyes to that. I never would have really thought about doing that before, but I was able to take those away and implement them in times where I felt anxious or stressed, and just having those sort of tools is hugely beneficial, and I still do that now. There was like a lot of things within the group. We did the simple things, being creative with your child made me realise you can connect with them in different ways, and after the group finished, I felt more able to do creative things with my child and connect with them that way, not just simply, looking after them in the traditional ways, which was lovely. It just made me bonded with her, little pockets of joy that you can bring out.
Peter?
Yeah, thank you. I think we should give credit as well to the very talented
Well, I was
artists.
going to say that those drawings were wonderful.
Beautiful, aren't they? Geraint Ross Evans is an artist we've worked with before in the Health Board, and he captured the sessions really beautifully there, and it's really nice to have that as well. But I'm really pleased that Barbara is able to join us today, because I think it's useful for us to know about the service we offer and how this particular arts project has really supported the parents who participate in that service. And
yeah, sure. So the specialist perinatal team are a team that provide care to patients that suffer from moderate to severe mental health issues. So we have people that are really, really unwell. And at points Amy was really, really unwell. And I'm hugely proud of her for creating this story. And everything she says, I can remember all of those things, and it really is really special to me. And Amy now has actually decided that she would quite like my job, I think. She would quite like to do the job that I do. So she's gone through the volunteer sort of pathway. So she's filled out all the forms, and she's hopefully gonna come and help us on some groups. And then when the children are a little bit older, she might sort of look to do what I am doing. But I think, and I said this to Claire earlier on, and I probably hadn't said it before, when I was first asked to do this group, which was about 4 years ago, I hadn't been in the service all that long, and I'd always done peer-to-peer support, as in peer-to-peer. I didn't do groups. When I went through services 21 years ago, there were no specialist teams, there were no groups. You went straight from acute care to mother and baby unit out in to CMHT, and you had nothing else, and there was no internet much, there was no anything. So I was always used to one-to-one, and they asked me to do this group, and I just, it's not going to work, it's just not going to work. And I said, okay, yeah, I'll do it, but it's not going to work. And I'm really, really proud that I was proved wrong, absolutely proved wrong. Hold my hands up. It's been amazing, and amazing to see these meaningful connections that people have made with each other, and that's been the biggest thing, I think. They spin off little WhatsApp groups, and they're going outside of what we're offering, and that's what we want to do. We want to have these little ducks, and we want to shoo them off, and off they go on their own, and this group and groups like it help us to provide that service, and it's been amazing.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Neil.
Congratulations on all of the achievements here, and reading through this and seeing the positive impact and benefits was very encouraging. What also struck me was the relatively small amounts of money that are involved in the delivery of this. And if we look at the benefits and impact that is so positive and a relatively small amount of money, that leads me to think that if we had perhaps some form of increased measurement of the impact and the value that is creating, however we choose to define that, it would actually demonstrate even more the success of this and potentially open up additional funding streams, because we could actually materially demonstrate the positive impact of this. So yeah, I think it's great, and I think it's very deserving, with especially if we can get some more quantification of the impact.
In response to that, Neil, I'll invite Sarah to tell you about a piece, a publication that was published early last week that aimed to do exactly that, to demonstrate the return on investment from arts in health and the benefits in health setting from that. Just very briefly, Sarah, do you want to say a little bit about that report that landed early last week?
Unfortunately, this landed between when we had to submit papers and today. This is accessing the economic impact of the arts and health and healthcare services in Wales. This was commissioned by the Arts Council and delivered by Bangor University. This is the executive summary, and I can make sure that the Secretariat have links to this online. What it sets out to achieve is, through thorough qualitative and quantitative impact studies, long-term and immediate, there is an economic value to arts and health activity. There is a cost benefit analysis, but I think also the quality of experience and how that translates into how people access our services, the necessity for emergency care in whichever field, and the repetitive care that we deliver, how that can be supported through other ways. So without running into the full exec summary on that, I wanted to bring that to your attention. I'm very happy to circulate that after the meeting. In terms of the Arts and Minds project, so years 1 to 4 that we've achieved and year 5 that we're in, we are asked to report back to the Arts Council and Barings Foundation in a very, very granular way about the number of people we reach, about what the positive or other benefits of the activities are, about the competition of activities that are available to people, about the instances of participation, about the incidental information that comes back to us, and about what those very important follow-on opportunities are. So the Arts and Health team hold 4 or 5 years now of reporting that we commissioned externally in order to be able to understand the benefit of this project. What that evaluation allows us to do is to seek support in other areas. So when we were asked to change direction from working with our PIMS and perinatal teams to working with our CAMS teams, the creative team who was supporting the project that we've just looked at in the patient story wanted to raise funds externally so they could carry on with a creative offering for mums and parents in the future. And Barbara was actually instrumental this year in applying to charitable funds. So it was a wonderful result for them to be able to support the creative team externally through funding, in addition to an Arts Council grant that they raised externally, to be able to continue to deliver, working with clinicians and providing creative activities. So there's a wonderful legacy from the evaluation, the work the clinical teams did, peer mental service did, and the creative teams did when this project was specifically in-house for 3 years. And now in its 4th and 5th year moving forwards, it has grown, and we have evidence of such.
Yeah, Nick, and then Paul.
Yeah, so I just, thank you so much for the story, and Barbara, I know when we've spoken before, the significant challenges that face some of these mothers and the impact of not getting that support is really significant, and trying to, like you say, capture the value of that is really challenging. I suppose there was just 2 points. One is about how we make sure as well we work with other partners around the third sector and what the offer is, so that lots of people will potentially can work with us on some of these opportunities. And the other one is, I think, the point around the the connection, and this is becoming so much more evident in other services as well, as bringing people together who are going through the same things and the impact that has. I know, you know, there's the alcohol support group, the one you're talking about, that is where it's so, you know, people feel isolated and lonely, and it's just how we, you know, we continue to look at more opportunities of, like you say, making those connections with people that then go off from our services and make those kind of lifelong relationships and friendships. So I think that more than anything is really powerful, and thank you really for your commitment to this. It's a great example of different way of working. Thank you.
Paul, and then
Just raising what's raised for me was the importance of therapies as part of the holistic individual, and looking to see what can be developed. And what we got with this patient story was somebody was unwell, then received support, then is looking to volunteer, and ultimately is looking to work. And I think that's a really good model of support, getting people to feel valued and appreciated, and then also wanting to make a contribution. So I think it's a really good model, and thank you very much for all your hard work.
thank you, Paul, and well stated. Penny?
Yes, thank you. It was so interesting. But yes, on top of that, there's another aspect to consider as well. You're not only helping the patient, but you're helping the children in the future, because that young family is probably going to be safe now, whereas before you don't know what interventions may have been needed. So it's helping the whole family, isn't it? Not just person concern.
Thank you. Are there any further? Yes, Jenny.
I'm a health visitor by background, so this for me is such an important piece of work, because we know the impact of not intervening early when women and families are struggling for the child. So, you know, I really welcome it. My question, Sarah, is whether you've done any work on bereavement in the past. So my team have been, or in the future, because my team are doing a lot of work on bereavement pathway, work very well with the third sector, but actually bereavement would lend itself to, you know, this type of model of work. And I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity for us to connect up the work we're doing on bereavement with potentially the arts work, and potentially looking at bringing in, you know, some charitable funding, not perhaps internally or externally, to support that.
So we worked and invested with local partners in a project called Galari, and that was through 2020 and 21, 22. And we were able to apply for some funding from the Arts Council Wales and Nesta, the Science and Health Partnership Research Council. And what we did, we've had for Arts, who are now Anglian Trust, to deliver a remote creative support mechanism that could be delivered at bedside through volunteers, because at that time we were having patients were often in their final time with COVID in hospital on their own. Our volunteering force couldn't be deployed at the time, so there was it was a project born out of how do we spend meaningful time with people who are about to leave us, and how do we nurture and offer support, or letting people know that we are there for them. So we made a number of craft packs, which could be sanitized, and so we are right back there again, but something that could be delivered that showed that either the person sitting with that person or the person who was about to die could make something or have a meaningful conversation, and have something in their world that wasn't so basic. So you may have seen collections of paper butterflies around the hospital around that time, and that was one of the creations that we made. We also took that activity into work with teams who unfortunately were losing staff members at the same time of COVID, and did some team bereavement work with them. So that then transpired out into communal sessions where we worked in Pontypool and Torfaen and Blaen y Gwent, offering a gallery workshop once a week in accessible places that also were very close to nature, so that people could not feel confined, that we could encourage people to go out and have a beneficial walk or sit in the sunshine if possible, but come back in, make something creative together, but not have to talk about it, whatever it was, if they didn't want to, but knowing that they were brought together or invited in through a recent experience of bereavement. And we found that those workshops had a really beneficial effect. So the organisation that we delivered those with has now transformed into Amway Trust, and it was a finite level of funding. And I think this goes back to how do we implement arts and health activities in a more sustainable way when we can see the evidence base for short-term delivery of activities? How do we create a sustainable funding stream so it's reliable? Because our participants might not want to come for 6 weeks only and then jump off. They might not be able to, but to have something that's there on a more long-term basis that we can refer into and look at our social prescribing models, work with our local authorities and our local trusts. So we have a wonderful network across our 5 local authorities. It's fantastic. And there are some very creative people out there who are really interested in this kind of work. And the funding that's available to individual artists and companies is also quite finite. It would give them the opportunity to try an idea. There is a seed fund and a nurture fund available for individual practitioners and companies to come to the health board, say, we want to try this idea out with you. Can we work with your patients? Can we work with your clinicians? And that gives them the opportunity to do a pilot project, which will always involve evaluation and best practice. We can advise them on how to take that forward. But at that spread and scale stage is when we need to look at how we build more sustainable programmes. So we'd be very happy to talk to you about bereavement or other interests that are coming up on the table this morning.
Fantastic.
Good, thank you. Akmal?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. It's very impressive, the work that has been done. My question was about the sustainability, because I think it's a great practice, and I think we have seen the impact. And previously, as we were discussing about the qualitative and quantitative matrix that we can create, I was wondering if the Charitable Funds Committee has been approached as well for expanding this project somehow, or getting more donations from people for this kind of project with the volunteers that are coming forward. It's just about sustainability, that how we can continue.
Thank you. Well, Paul?
Nothing's come to us, I don't think.
Things come.
So where possible, when we're working with individual teams across the health board, we ask them to talk to their finance manager to see if there are specific funds available from charitable funds for their departments. And some departments are lucky, they have bequests, they have their own pot. And we ask them to consider whether they want to invest in an arts project from what's available to them. So we try and redirect our clinicians to talk to charitable funds, because we find that as soon as our staff become part of that process of change, the project has so much more quality and interest. It's meaningful to them. They have a responsibility locally for it being delivered successfully. Their level of engagement, because we always offer a process-based opportunity for all staff to be engaged in the project, even if it's direct outcomes aimed at patients. One of the things I really love about my job is bringing creativity into the workplace so that our staff can access the benefits of working creatively and joy and playfulness that we wish to offer to our patients and our service users. And I'll stop myself there, but there are opportunities for all of you to join in with an activity in the future. So I think looking at what we could do, and because there's some shared aims and goals there with charitable funds about raising awareness, which is one of the great things that creativity can do in our arts and health team. But looking at what would be more sustainable in terms of projects that we want to see succeed further than the normal. Thank you.
Helen? Thanks for that. The patient story I found really powerful, because being a new mum can be a really isolating experience, can't it? And Paul's mentioned about that pathway and how it's built the confidence there. I was interested how that was delivered in partnership with Flying Start and all those kind of benefits of the preventive effect that will have for other public services that may have to support a mother and her child later on. So has there been interest from other Flying Start provisions across the wider region to take that up and to follow that pathway of potentially looking for funds elsewhere to kind of roll that out further?
Our experience with Flying Start
was with the dads.
was working with dads.
Yeah, so the mums, the difficulty that you have is that in a group like that, when somebody's under the team, it's difficult then to just invite anybody in. So you can't open it up to the public really. It really has to be a closed group for people under our service. So that's how we operated our arm. Whereas then the dad's arm was kind of a bit more our flyer and anyone can drop in. So our offering was the perinatal service and the PIMS service, also the parent infant mental health service. So we operated it together, although we tended to have a lot more participants. And that was sort of closed, and it was sort of invitation only, and you had to be under the service. That's how we ran it.
Okay. I think the learning from that though is something that could be quite powerful for the delivery of Flying Start with the wider first 1,000 days agenda.
We just thought as a team, the risk was really, really high if we had people coming in that we didn't know the background of. At least when everyone is under our service, we've got all their notes, they're under us, we know what's happening. If we open it up wider, how as a team, we can't manage it. So the dad's arm was slightly different.
Yeah.
You know, so slightly, hopefully less risky.
I'll speak to the dad's arm a little. Is that the Flying Start team were amazing with their dad support workers. We felt that to address all parents in this project was important, so that we had part of the project that was supporting mums, but also part of the project that was supporting dads. And working in Blind Grant was important as well to try and spread project around our locations. So what was really interesting about the dads group was that their force of support workers for fathers was amazing, and they would go and arrange and be in contact with fathers to get them to come to the group. And the groups were supported so that adults could be adults in the space, and they didn't have to worry about childcare of children that might be with them. And that's the same for the mothers group, is that there were qualified clinical people in the room who were there to work with the children so that the adults could be adults. We work with a music therapist called Alex with the Blind Gwent Dads group, and he worked very gently with fathers and their young children in music project, in poetry, in writing songs. There was song making and professionally recording songs with fathers who were attending and being supported by Flying Start. And so that developed its own community, but it was one that people could refer themselves into. And some of the commentary that we had back from Flying Start was that that project allowed them to meet dads that they wouldn't have met in any other way, but that they felt really needed the support they could offer. So it was a different referral method for that, but there was a huge amount of learning from it. And I was privileged to visit some of those sessions, and they were great. It was kind of earphones in, percussion instruments all over the place, and trombones and guitars. We used music as a common interest for everybody, but it worked incredibly well.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Peter.
If there's no more questions about the patient story, if I just talk about the annual report for our arts and health strategy briefly, which we've also included in the papers. So we're really pleased to present the annual report for our arts and health strategy, which the board approved back in 2022. And this really reflects the progress we've made embedding arts in health across the organisation. It also sets out our focus for the year ahead as well, and what we're looking at in the future. So just to kind of recap, and some of this has been covered already in the discussion, so I'll try not to labour on it too much. But arts in health is, it's not a peripheral activity. It's now widely recognised nationally and within Wales as an important contributor to physical well-being, mental health, and overall patient and staff experience. For us in the Health Board, it really aligns to our INTP priorities, particularly supporting people in Gwent to live healthy lives. It also plays a key role in strengthening workplace culture. So we have a growing number of staff who are now using creative approaches to support well-being, resilience, and connection with teams. So the staff element is really important. So what have we achieved over the last year? It's been a busy year, and as some of the discussion just demonstrates the diversity of arts projects that are happening. We've delivered a broad programme of participatory arts activity across primary, secondary and community settings. It's included work that supports mental health, long-term conditions, end-of-life care. Projects aimed specifically at improving the care environment, so the environment that we deliver care in. We have really established and we've really embedded a monthly creative forum. That's now become a vital mechanism for collaboration of colleagues across the Health Board, and also bringing in external partners into that discussion as well. So we meet every month, we share ideas, and a lot of our projects that we talk about and you see happening have come from ideas in that creative forum. So it's a real powerhouse of creativity for the organisation. We have it over lunch, it's like a lunchtime meeting, anybody's welcome to join. So we make it as accessible as possible for colleagues. We also have continued to make sure that arts are built into new capital developments and refurbishments. So our environments support recovery and dignity, and just some examples over the last year where you'll see, if you visited the units, you'll see the arts are very evident. So the new satellite radiotherapy unit at Neville Hall, we've had an arts project there to deliver art for the building. 19 Hills Wellbeing Centre, the Bevan Health and Wellbeing Centre in Tredegar, and the Breast Unit in YYF have all had benefit of capital funding for arts as well. So I'd say importantly, we've started to really strengthen our contribution to the national evidence base, and we talked a little bit about that, about the quantified evidence, really engaging in research and embedding a more systematic evaluation. So while the progress has been really strong, we recognise there are areas that we want to continue to strengthen. The first one really is evaluation and really capturing a clearer, more consistent data on outcomes for patients and for staff. The second one we've talked about, which is sustainability, particularly securing more reliable internal and external funding streams to support arts programmes so that they can grow. And the third area is really developing governance and risk oversight as these activities start to expand, and making sure that that's really tight and controlled. So looking ahead to the next year, our focus is going to be on expanding equitable access to our services, strengthening partnerships with arts organisations and communities, and building a more robust evidence base. Our ambition remains to embed arts as a core component of compassionate, patient-centred care. So in summary, our strategy is maturing really well. We've seen meaningful progress this year, and the infrastructure we now have in place with Sarah and Claire in the team put us in a really strong place, give us a strong platform for continued development.
Thank you. Brilliant. Are there any questions to Peter? No? Nothing further for the minute? We'd like to hear an update. Say, because it is expanding quickly.
We aim to produce an annual report now a year, so I'm keen to do that and bring that forward for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Cecilia, for coming today. And could we now get on with the Dance to Health project, please? Yeah. I'm very keen on.
We are working on that. So that's one of the examples of where we work with partner organisations who are able to access funds themselves and then approach the Health Board to work with us. So the Dance for Health is one of those examples, but we're in conversation with them now about how we make that work. It's got really strong evidence for falls prevention, so obviously that's
right.
Is close to my heart as well, so really keen to get that one off the ground.
Good. I look forward to seeing it blossom.
Thank you. Yeah, we're very excited about that opportunity. As a PS, we have printed copies of our Arts and Health strategy available for any member who may not have had the opportunity to look at that. So we'll leave it on the table for you.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. Thank you.
Really good.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Might we move to 5.2, the report from SICE, Gwent and Lisa? Anything you wish to highlight?
Morning all, that was a fascinating report. Thank you for that. Really lovely to hear some of the impact you're having. You've all received the report. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have. In terms of just highlighting, Chair, I just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight in particular the session that we had last week around hospital discharge. A full report will be provided to yourselves at the next session, but just to kind of say thank you for all NHS workers and social care workers and third sector workers who joined us on the day in terms of their honesty to really progress and look at some of the challenges but also solutions around delayed hospital discharge and what it means for them as professionals, but also what it absolutely means for people in communities of Gwent. So I look forward to sharing that with you at the next session to feed some of the learning for the Health Board. And just to flag the follow-on work around the Llais Orwell project, the Health and Social Care We Want. The report is now available on the Llais website, it's included in your papers, and it also links to the manifesto and the 4 priorities and 15 calls for action. Please do take time to absorb them. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them once you've had time to reflect at a later date.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and thank you for the hard work being undertaken by Llais on behalf of the population. Are there any questions to Lisa? Paul?
Just wondered, there was no mention of young people. Just wondered, what are your thoughts on, or what's the sort of information from young people and feedback from young people on the health service?
So we have a steady flow of intelligence from young people, Paul, and they featured throughout a number of our reports. This section focused on reach out to Caerphilly, but actually one of our key priorities moving forward is very much around the voice of children and young people across health and social care services and how we can make sure that they are amplified. So you will see moving forward as of April a stronger Llais presence within spaces and places that children and young people and families are. So we're currently pulling together that strategy, and again I'm happy to share that with you moving forward.
And I was looking at page 3 in the Reach, and I wondered, Gwent has a population of 600,000. I just wondered your thoughts on how you can sort of increase the reach, because the numbers are quite small in terms of sort of evaluating evidence, and particularly on reliability. Just wondered what your plans were or thoughts were on increasing that.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of what we must remember, Paul, is one voice is absolutely to be noted and heard and can generate a policy system and influence change is what I would say. It's not always about numbers, but in terms of reaching wider numbers of individuals who live in the Gwent community, we have a plan around engagement, including visits and outreach and Llais locals and public forums. So it's a right mix really in terms of how we're engaging, what's appropriate to engage, but it's also about working alongside other organisations to make sure that we are having meaningful engagement. So for example, we're working alongside the Regional Partnership Board and health organisations in terms of the PNA, the Population Needs Assessment, that's currently being planned around how we engage with communities to ensure their voices are heard in shaping that strategy. So it's very much we are spread across intense involvement as Llais as an independent voice and body, but also working alongside other organisations to ensure meaningful and active engagement from individuals and communities at the right time.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Thank you. Hi Lisa, Sarah Simmons. Just picked up in your report the issue in terms of barriers to access for patients, particularly the example you've given there in terms of deaf voices. And not a question, but just to note, I think David Chafee from our Equality, Diversity and Inclusion team has been connecting with you and working with primary care contractors to gather examples of good practice. I know there are plans to take that forward to an NCN group in the future, just to share some of the learning which you highlight in your report. So thank you for highlighting and sharing that.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. So, and we do really appreciate, you know, the health board embracing some of the challenges that we've shared and highlighted, and the appetite to be able to be innovative in the approach and listening to people to change services so they are fit for purpose moving forward, however difficult sometimes that actually is. But you will notice that key, you know, as early days as a spotlight good practice feature with Combe Brown Village Surgery is baby step, small changes, but big impact for individuals, particularly the deaf and hard of hearing community.
I think that message is really important, isn't it? The small achievable changes that make a big impact. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Penny?
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Mine's a specific question, so I don't know if you want to answer it today, but it's something that affects our residents, and I'd just like to know how you address this issue. You've got on page 8, you've got people have told you about the changes in the availability of incontinence pads, which of course has a devastating effect if they're not delivered. You know, isolating people at home, etc. So how is this matter being addressed, and is it getting better, please, because it's been a problem for a while?
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually heard that loud and clear in our outreach work in Caerphilly in particular, but actually I was in a briefing with Monmouthshire colleagues only yesterday, who has also flagged the issue, particularly for young farmers who have gone through prostate cancer treatment and rely on having the disposable pants or pads in order to be able to leave the house with dignity and to carry on with their work. And this is a small change people may think who has not happened to them, but when it happens to you, this is massive in terms of your life and your dignity and how you can go ahead with confidence to be independent. So it has been raised by ourselves as SLICE to both the health board and the local authorities in a form of a formal representation, and we're now waiting the response for that. But it's also been raised by Peter Fox in the Senedd at the end of last week to Jane Hutt specifically. So again, we're just waiting for those responses in order to move forward.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? I think Lisa is very helpful indeed. In terms of your community highlights, where relevant to our services, it'd be really, really helpful if your report could actually provide some insight into the report, into the response that you've received, so that we can properly see that the Health Board and SLICE is working effectively together to learn from the experiences that you are receiving. It would close the loop, wouldn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I will do, Anne. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for that. Could we move on to 6.1, maternity and neonatal service reconfiguration? Leah.
Thank you, Chair. I think you already alluded to it in your introduction, Chair. This is very topical at the moment, sort of have very high profile, with a number of significant quality issues being flagged at a national level. And that national scrutiny, I think, sort of also highlights why it's an important case for us as a board. So the paper outlines what I think we believe to be essential changes required to improve safety, flow and quality across our maternity and neonatal services. We've already shared with you some information in relation to the increase in C-section rate. So pre-COVID, it sat at around 27%. We're now currently in the mid-40s, and that places a significant pressure on our bed base and particularly sort of around safety. So that is driving an increase in demand and creating delays across the range. And there are very palpable safety issues, I think, around patients not being able to access beds. And women are reporting sort of increasingly sort of poor experiences because of those pressures. The proposal addresses some of these issues by suggesting a reconfiguration of Ward A3, which sits and is co-located alongside our maternity ward B3, to create an additional 8 postnatal and post-operative beds. whilst also then formalising our arrangements around transitional care cots. We are the only level 3 neonatal unit in the country without transitional cots, and that I think is an important factor as well. It will improve flow and safety, as well as reducing bottlenecks. Some concerns have been raised around taking out 8 beds from a gynae perspective, and I think just to address that particular issue, we have a programme of work around increasing day case rates in gynae to take down the bed base, and the work that we've been doing in particular with our next patient on surgery means that the gains that we have achieved during surgery means that I think that we can mitigate that, although important that we just sort of finalise that details. I think the other part of the transitional cot part is that we have no commission therapy service. We've talked already in board about the importance of therapies, but in terms of best start in life, the outcome for our children and babies in particular are significantly impacted by the lack of a therapy service. We are also out of kilter with BAPM standards in relation to this. So I think there's a pretty compelling argument from a quality and outcome perspective about the case that's being brought forward. I think a few things I just want to highlight. I'm very, very well aware, obviously, of the financial pressures that we remain under as a health board. So come in with a case of in excess of £1 million worth of investment is not something that I would bring forward, and I know sort of Nicola wouldn't support if we didn't feel that it was absolutely necessary. But a few key additional points to raise in relation to the investment. There is a very, for high risk legal claims in maternity cases, average payout would be £5 to £10 million per case. And of the £1.7 billion that's sat in Welsh Risk Pool at the moment, the majority or the highest level of active cases sit in the maternity area. There's 168 claims at the moment. It's quite difficult to triangulate actually sort of the release of those costs of failure or sort of safety issues in our system to directly correlate to this, but I truly believe that there is a direct link there. Disaggregating some of the variable pay we're also spending at the moment in our maternity services, as set in the context of this, I think would also offset some of the spend, but again, difficult for me to correlate, although we'll continue to do that. And important to have, I think, ongoing conversations with JCC around the funding for this in particular, particularly set in the context of women having to go out of Wales to access neonatal care and services, really. So the ask for the board is to approve and support the case as a key area for investment, subject to the affordability assessment as part of the IMTP. Noting the requirement to have those ongoing conversations with JCC, but I'll pause there and happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Leanne. That was helpful. Are there any questions or comments?
Yeah, just to add to Leanne, so this is, I know when we've done a board briefing previously, this has been an ongoing piece of work that we've taken through the investment process. We've challenged and considered some of the issues we've talked about. One of the reasons it's taken us, we were going to bring it last July, then September, then November. That challenge about, are we ready to take the beds? Can we take the beds out? Is one of our biggest concerns. And as Leanne said, some of the work we're doing now, the way we've reconfigured A3, we've got a better understanding. The affordability of it as well is a huge challenge for us. We know that is a big investment. We've been doing further scrutiny around some of the costs, and also how does it fit in with JCC. And one of the things I've asked JCC are due to send me is you've seen an increased spend with the JCC around neonatal and going out into England. So trying to understand how much of that is because of the complexity of the babies versus is a capacity issue in Wales. And this could free up, we will free up capacity in our neonatal, which could then generate additional funding through the JCC. So we need to do a bit more work on that. But I think what we're trying to get is recognition that this, for us as an executive team, is an area we would prioritise for investment, given the risk and the profile of these issues, and the impact the therapies can have on these babies, on their lives longer term, which I don't think we've really brought to this table before. So it's not an easy case to bring, and I think what we're saying is we want support for this as a priority case of investment. The timing and implementation will need to be considered as part of the IMTP in the context of a very significant financial challenge, which we'll all see with that as part of that plan in March. But I think we wanted to just ensure we had endorsement that this is a priority case.
Thank you. Question, Neil?
Yeah, just wanted for clarification, please, that this is an update rather than an actual approval. So it's a request for support in principle, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Yes. Just won't press the button on implementation until we've had the IMTP discussion and timing.
Right. Thank you.
Helen, I think you've already mentioned a little bit about the gynae beds, but I thought it would be very helpful for us to have some further update on how we've worked out that it's safe to drop the beds to 7 or 8, or it seemed a significant drop, particularly when the fact gynae and the cancer weights is one of our major concerns at the moment. It's one of the areas that's not meeting the target. So hopefully as your further work, that would be helpful. I think just have a clarification. It's almost like a one-liner in there, but yet it's got significant implications for many women up there. So helpful to see how it's going to work out in that.
Would you mind if I just came back? And I think it's important and it's helpful to obviously sort of a part of our cancer pathway for gynae would also be tertiary as well. So not all of it sits within our bed base from an activity perspective. A large chunk of the activity that gynae deliver from a cancer perspective would be done on a day case perspective. But I just think it's important to share sort of fact some of the work that we've done, because we have to be evidence-based and considered in the proposals that we're coming forward with safety and sustainability as our primacy. For patients that are delayed access in beds, which is happening at the moment because of that shift in the C-section rate, there is a pretty significant increase in the likelihood of them having a C-section. And that does impact on them beds. That is happening now in our maternity services. So I think the risk increases from something like 8% on the audit that they did for about 4 or 5 months, from 8% to 24%, the likelihood of an emergency C-section, which does then place additional pressure on bed-based cost in the system and outcome for mum and baby as well. So there is pretty compelling, I think, sort of evidence that we've got for consideration across our bed base across the whole as well. But absolutely we have to balance all of our needs, and I think I wouldn't be bringing forward the case if I didn't think that we could balance those needs and requirements set in that context.
Also, it's sort of indication at the moment that often those beds are being used for medical inpatients instead of gynae patients anyway.
We did a lot of work with the medical outliers, as you know, sort of at the Grange, Helen. It was very hotly debated, and we settled in the end with them being used for female surgical patients. But the work that surgery has done on our next patient in particular around their length of stay, the recycling through their own bed base on floor 0, I think has given us the confidence that they can live within their footprint. I think there's more to go at still with them as well. I think further opportunities for us to look at. So we'd already reduced the reliance of gynae beds on medicine in particular because of the difficulty of staffing it from a medical perspective.
Thanks, that's helpful. Further information.
Penny, then Bill.
Yeah, just simply following on from Helen, would it be realistic to reduce the number of gynae beds that you are transferring from 8 to say 6? And that would be 2 less. And it's just worrying. 8 seems quite a large number, but I just wondered if there was a specific reason for that number.
The teams have done the work in terms of demand and capacity around the bed base that they believe that they need, the pressure that they're seeing from a maternity perspective, and mums being able to access the beds they need, sort of, and the delays that we're experiencing. So that is set in the context of the gynae demand as well. So that's where that number has come from.
Is it an ideal number though? Is it, the best?
No.
I mean, could it be,
No.
it's a realistic number?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I think, Chair, it's an interesting thing to look at in the round this, because it shows the reality of the world that we live in, doesn't it? When we have to look at making very difficult decisions and prioritising. Now, I know what the report asks for is for the recommendation or support to go through to the next round of discussion, I guess, in terms of the investment plan. But in terms of prioritisation, I think we need to obviously get all of our services as right as they can be. But I think this one needs to be super right. I mean, we're talking about bringing new life into the world here. So I would say for this to go forward to the next round, I think it needs to go forward with a huge amount of support from the board, and not just ticking the box to say we'll let the next round consider it. If we don't get this right, I don't know where we go. So I would say we just have to do it. Where we find the money from, bigger discussion, but really for me, I just think we have to do it.
Thank you for that, Phil. I think, and hopefully you get a sense from me of the importance that certainly I place on it. I come back to the safety and sustainability. If we get this wrong, it is catastrophic. You only need to look at the high profile sort of cases in the media at the moment. We have our own examples of this. What is not very transparent, or we're not linking, I think, sort of the board to the board really, is how do we get some of that information and detail around the legal cases into this domain, so that we're linking up what we're spending on a day-to-day basis with the legal outcome. Because as I've said, £5 to £10 million for one payout for a catastrophic event, and we're talking about, it feels wrong to be talking about money on a topic sort of as emotive and difficult as this. But I think that the investment from a revenue perspective would repay that offset of legal costs alone, in my view. I think I just can't get the causal link back to that to prove it. Thank you for that support. Paul?
I would support the investment, but then the key question the board has to ask is, how are we going to ensure that we have a balanced budget? I mean, this for me is a priority. It does mean that we're going to need to consider what in terms of the whole round situation, in terms of the budget, what are we going to therefore not going to be able to do to fund this that isn't a priority. So I think it is important that we have a priority list in terms of what's required and the core things we need to do. Equally, we need to look at what things we might not be able to do on the list if we're not funded for it, etc. But I think it does raise that particular question, because this has come in as an additionality without any additional support from Welsh Government, for example. I think we just need to really ask the Nicola and the team to come forward with a plan for being able to fund any additional things, because if we're going to do this, what are we not going to do? That's the only thing, my only question. And I think we need to have evidence of that, or a plan for that for the future.
Helen? Thanks. I just wanted to pick up on what you've outlined in the papers around the clinical futures model for women that was articulated in 2017. I think it's quite useful. It's what was proposed, and then the things that have kind of got in the way. That means that we're not there, and you've outlined them in terms of COVID-19 bed pressures, the footprint itself. And we're getting on for 10 years now. So I suppose really it's just a comment on how that all of those things that have got in the way have, even though that was 2017, 10 years on from that, and we're still not there. So I can see the work that's gone into that, but I think it just highlights what we're all saying about the massive pressures from what we need to do and what we can do. Gavin?
I absolutely recognise that this is a priority. There's a lot of risk that sits behind it. I think the concern I've got at the moment, I I can't see in the round how this sits in terms of a priority compared to other things that we might be asking to fund later on. I can see that there's potentially legal risks, there's safety risks, but I think there are probably legal risks and safety risks in a huge number of things that we could be funding or could not be funding. And I find given what we've got, to the information we've got today, as someone who is not in this all the time and not involved all the time, it's very difficult to be able to balance, is this the right case to fund versus something else? And so it's a very difficult set of decisions to make. I know some of that's going to go through to the IMTP, and that's I'm happy with that. But I think it's really difficult from these types of cases to be able to determine, is this a thing that we should be putting at number one, or is there something else that hasn't made it to this point yet that should be number one, that would have a greater impact? That's a hard thing for us to pick out, I think, given the information that we have today and that we're not in it day to day.
Do you mind if I just reinforce something, because I think it's important? The highest number of active legal cases are maternity cases. I think just to reinforce that, I've had, that's not easily available to sort of access at Welsh Restore. There's lots of evidence around, I guess, sort of the NHS England sort of costs linked to that, but the assessment and part of the consideration around us bringing forward the case from the conversations we've had as an executive team, because we've had the same wranglings and conversations at exec team, is that I think there is an evidence to show that it is right up there as our number one priority in terms of investment.
Just to add to that, so what we will make sure through the IMTP is, we'll be doing a tranche of all of the business cases that are in train around the organisation, which ones do we almost say pause, don't bother, and then which are the ones that we know are featuring. And for the last few years, we've had probably a handful of areas where we know are probably sometimes it is difficult to avoid an investment despite the financial challenges, and we have to put more pressure on ourselves around the savings to do that. We did it with emergency care and the A&E consultants. We've made decisions around diabetic pumps, although we've still got issues around that. So I think we need to bring those forward. But for us, this would absolutely be featuring in our priorities, or I wouldn't be bringing it here.
And I think the thing that is difficult to understand from this is, if we do go ahead and fund this, what is the thing that is going to drop off the bottom of the list, but could also lead to a uptick in legal cases, for example, or an uptick in some other form of health study, or extra cost appearing elsewhere in our system. And that's the problem, is that balance is difficult to find, that balance, and difficult to see that from here. So absolutely agree that this is area of big legal investment, and that we're going to look at business cases, but also what else might we need to stop to fund it.
That is imperative, because we cannot get ourselves into a situation where we're running services that cannot be afforded, and nobody's going to come over the horizon and bail us out.
No one's going to bail us out.
So can I just respond to Paul's point around, so as a young shape, we are the only health board that hasn't got a transitional care unit, and there's a lot of pressure on us to have one. We should have one. So this isn't a new guideline that Welsh Government have recently introduced. This is something that's been expected of us for some time. Our estate and our demand has not really enabled us to do this. But I think, some of these issues have been known to us for some time, and we've, sometimes it's hard to read because you think, how have we not got some of this already? And the therapies, I think there is a further discussion to have with the Commissioner, the JCC, because we should be commissioning tobacco standards, because when you look at the impact that early intervention of therapies has on that young baby's life is pretty significant, and the economic case, and again, I think it's hard to argue it really, but I appreciate how difficult the decision is. It's part of the reason why we haven't done it to date, because of the scale, but I think we're at the point where we do need to address this issue in some way.
Can I just come back on you? Yeah. I mean, I think it's a really good point that David has raised, but I think even if we were sat around the table looking at all the bids, we would still need to make a decision.
Yeah.
We would still need to prioritise, and we would still need to say that's where we want the money to go. And for me, I can't think of a more deserving case than this, even if I was sat around the table listening to all of the pleas for various divisions wanting money. We talk about the insurance costs, but actually for me, it's the human cost. That blows out of the water the money for me. And I know we have an imperative that we try to get near balance, but in reality, we're a long way from balance in our books, if we're absolutely honest about it. Going forward next year, looking at what budgets will look like. So I think we need to move into the real world as well and say, actually, our primary reason for existence is providing good care. If we can make the money follow that, well, that's fine. But I would say, let's get the care right.
Ewan?
Sorry. And I think most of my points have been covered, but it is, and I completely get, what we're saying on this one, and it does pull at a number of strings. You think we have to be doing this, but we are also under that other priority of coming in with a balanced budget. We do have a regulatory requirement to balance our books. And back to David's point, I think that there is something that we have to let go then, that there is a prioritization. So I would agree with all of that. So I just wanted to clarify what we're being asked for today. Is this just to move into the IMTP, or is this we're asking for the investment today?
Yeah, we're asking you to support this as a priority case for investment that we will then feature as part of our IMTP. I think it's about timing of implementation around affordability that we will then discuss as part of the IMTP.
It's an in principle.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and I absolutely support it in principle as being one of our main priorities, absolutely. But the question for me would be, in order to bring us back to budget, therefore, if we're going to invest $500,000 in this, then what are we taking that $500,000 out of? So when we get to that IMTP, I would expect something to balance this out.
Yeah, the only thing I would just say on that is it's not easy to be that specific, because we're going to have growth. We're going to have a big savings plan again, because we're going to have to, where does that get us to? And then the choice around any investments we are proposing to make. And how we propose to do it in the context of that. And we will make a proposal and we'll have earlier discussions. And that's where we have to kind of really backlight the timing of implementation for me. So it's a timing issue rather than a decision going forward.
Yeah, and I would expect us to have an IMTP in front of us that has some difficult decisions for us to make this time round. And if there aren't any difficult decisions in that IMTP, then I would question whether or not we are making difficult decisions.
I would argue we've been making difficult decisions over the last few years that are embedded in our £111 million savings plan we've made for the last 3 years, but that's still another discussion. Yeah. Jen?
I just wanted to support what Leanne said from a clinical risk perspective. As you know, clinically I lead on maternity and neonatal, and I've spent 20 years now working within patient safety, and this is one of, if not the highest risk area. It is the most risky time of our lives, both for mum and for baby. And we have to remember, if we don't get it right at birth, and there is damage to the baby, that is a lifetime commitment. I've just agreed a case for 23 million for a child that had an adverse experience through birth. 23 million. And our services are really, really high quality. We have some fantastic midwives and neonatal nurses and doctors, but we have to remember that this is a very risky time from a physical perspective in our lives. And therefore, for me, it is, and I look across the broad patient safety risk, this for me is one of the most high risk areas that we have. And the report that is coming from the national team will say we lack a transitional care unit. It will identify our gaps in BAPM standards, and you only have to look at some of the reports in England around the impact of not having that complete pathway in place. I think the other thing I'd say is that Leanne is right. We are potentially contributing to our increased C-sections because we are delaying women who need induction and birth. That again is a risk. It's a risk that our teams are managing every day, but this would help in terms of managing that pathway and ensuring we have the right capacity for women of Gwent and their babies.
Thank you. Nick, Neil?
Could I just ask Jerry, is there any data on any form of per capita basis which would allow us to quantify, the risk, which I think we all recognise, and get some form of quantified, measure of where we're at on that risk?
It would be challenging, and I unless Leanne tells me otherwise, I don't think even England have cracked this in terms of the relative quantification of risk. But you could look at the number of adverse events and compare that to the number of SIs, number of complaints, because we have to remember, there will be cases we intervene, and the woman has an awful experience, but mum and baby are okay in the end, and we have to look at the quantification of that harm as well. So it is quite tricky, but Leanne's presented the figures around the costs of litigation. If you look at our number of births, we could present something.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this might be
that tries to get.
But there is an issue of the whole risk within the population that we have to take on. That's why it becomes very, very difficult.
Yeah, if you look at the needs of our population as well.
And Akmal's up there as well. But
I don't think he's taken his hand down.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I was just saying, obviously there are national standards which we're not meeting. They wouldn't have made national standards if there wasn't actually a good reason for having national standards, and we're failing to meet them at the moment, which I think is of serious concern. So that when it actually comes to comes to court, because of they'll say, well, where was this transitional care unit, or where were your therapists? And we'll say, well, we haven't got them. So I think there's even further implications. Now, this is not something that's an added extra. This is now essential for services. And I think we're going back to 10 years ago, the dramatic increase in the number of caesarean sections that are now required, even in the last few years, which has changed the way that you actually have to manage the service and the risk. And we have a particularly high risk population. So yes, there is expense, but I think we're going to have a leg to stand on if we don't actually be seen to be doing something soon to actually improve the service that we're offering. Yeah. So,
Akmal?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Well, I think a lot has been said. I also feel that this has to be the top priority. It's got a lot of high risk issues, reputational risk, financial risk, legal risk. So I think that whatever we may do or whatever we may choose to take it to priority number 2, but I think priority number 1 has to be this. It's because it's involving quite a lot of the risks that have been mentioned. Secondly, what I wanted to relate was in the sort of scenario of increased C-sections. Is there a priority that has been taken up by public health as well that we could perhaps leverage on, or we could see if there could be more education or more preventative areas that we can look into it? Is public health looking into this aspect as well, just to reduce the pressure on our hospital responses? Thank you.
Tracy.
Yeah, thanks, Akmal. Yeah, there's a lot of work we can do in this space from a public health perspective. The team are working alongside. I think when we look at some of the data and correlation of where, particularly around C-section risk, when we look at the things that are quantifiable, and that is one of them. Correlation, this is a national thing, it's UK data rather than local, so we'd need to look at what it means here. That correlation between reduction in opportunities around things like national childbirth, trust programs, sort of birth planning, those kind of things, pregnancy less ensuring, which enable women to make informed choices about the type of birth they want. I think that's particularly pertinent around the number of elective C-sections we see. I think there is some of the conversation that feels a little bit uncomfortable, again, nationally, not a local conversation, around we are blaming things like complex women, and it takes you into a really uncomfortable space about where is the answers to these kind of complex problems. And I feel very uncomfortable that we then look to the women themselves as if we are blaming women for the C-section rates, and we shouldn't ever be in that place. So yeah, there is a lot going on, and we're working alongside this. Errol Powell in my team is working with Jen's team and across into Leanne, looking at this. But the more we can do from that preventative end and understand particularly why women are choosing C-sections. There'll be medical risks that mean that it's a medical decision, but where we're going down that choice route, we need to understand why women are making that choice. And from some of the conversations we've had with women, that is about fear and a lack of understanding. It's also around second babies and timing the birth of their baby. You know, getting back to work, all sorts of factors within this. None of it is straightforward, but yeah, I agree, Akmal, we have to take a whole societal view of this, not just a medical one.
Thank you. I think that we've had a reasonable discussion on this very important issue, and I know that the board is totally convinced that maternity safety must be of the absolute highest priority and importance. But are you willing, bearing in mind the arguments that have been presented, to endorse this case as a priority for investment, the timing to be linked to affordability within the IMTP? Are we happy to do that? This is fine. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Leanne. Thank you. Turn over the page now. The capital programme, Hannah.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. So the purpose of this paper is to get support for the opening discretionary capital programme for next year. We try when we can to take the opportunity to do this in January, recognising that it will form part of the IMTP when it comes back in March. And that's for two reasons. One is recognising that we want to hit the ground running from April in terms of making those capital investments to manage those risks, and there are processes, procurement, enabling, etc. But secondly as well, having an earlier approval does help us take maximum opportunity of any end of year capital monies. If we've got the approval for next year's plan, the teams work really hard to access additional monies and to bring forward those schemes when those end of year presents become available, and thus freeing up some of the capital for next year. So that's why it's come to you in January. The paper does set out, the first part of the paper really is just recapping on the capital delivery for this year, so for 25-26. I was getting my years mixed up then, for 25-26. So I won't go into lots of detail, but it summarises progress in delivery in terms of our All Wales capital scheme. So just to remind colleagues, our capital programme is made up of, well, I'd love to say two main sources, but we have the access of the national money, so All Wales Capital, that we pitch business cases for, and then we are given a discretionary capital allocation each year, and it's the commitments against that I'm seeking approval. But the team, I think the team in AB are great in terms of maximising access to a number of other pots that the paper sets out in terms of targeted estates fund to help manage our health and safety, fire safety and infrastructure risks. This year there's been called a targeted investment fund, but around mental health risks, recognising some of the challenges of the mental health state across Wales really, and indeed additional money for refit and the decarb programme that the board's previously had updates on. So the first part of the paper, supported by the first appendix, just summarises this year's delivery of key projects. And obviously some key ones of those being the Radiotherapy Centre, phase 1 of ED extension, and the second MRI in the Grange, and lots of progress made on the schemes around the decontamination unit and the planning now for phase 2 of the ED extension. Yes, just the second part then is the approval I'm looking for today for the opening programme for 26-27. As you will hopefully know, the purpose of discretionary really is to help the organisation manage key risks, statutory obligations, so not just estate-based, but equipment replacement, digital and we have quite a thorough process with divisional and corporate teams in terms of the assessment of risk, which helps us prioritise those commitments accordingly. The paper you've got before you today shows that following all of those commitments, recognising any bring forwards from this year, the match funding we have to do for the Targeted Estates Fund, and the commitments against those divisional and risk priorities. The paper says we'd have an uncommitted contingency of 900,000. I did mention earlier that the team are really great at accessing end of year opportunities, and through that they managed to bring forward a scheme that's on next year. So that puts another 1.3 million back into the pot for next year. So actually the updated figures would be 2.2 million in our discretionary plan unallocated, which for the start of the year is a good position to be in, because it gives us opportunities to make decisions in the early part of next year as new risks emerge, but also as links to the conversation we just had in terms of landing the plan. If we need some capital to unlock some revenue or saving opportunities, we haven't already committed it. We've still got ample opportunity to make some choices against the discretionary plan. So I'll leave it there, Chair, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Are there any questions to Hannah about the capital programme? Not much wriggle room we have.
A little bit more now with the 2.2. And sorry, I should say we have since the paper another, I think it's about 284,000 end of year monies over and above, for this year, that's we're able to put towards diagnostic equipment. So that's a bit of an update in terms of this year's.
Neil,
can I just clarify I've understood properly? So essentially, this is a 1.3 million headroom in capital.
In next year's plan, we've got 2.2 million capital of our own capital, and we'll have unallocated. That may go up if we can get some more opportunities. I think, apologies, I should have said it's in the paper, but the discretionary capital we get from Welsh Government, all help us get, and trusts. Our allocation has gone up this year. It's gone up to just under 14.5 million, and we were just under 12.9 million last year. So it's gone up by just about 1.5 million. But so that's welcome. But yeah, the ask on capital is significant. But I think having 2.2 million unallocated at this point puts us in a good position to, as I said, match with any plans coming through as we finalise the IMTP, but it's that balance between lets us manage those risks as we go forward.
But essentially, it's a headroom.
Yeah.
Akmal.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Hannah. I just wanted to see if there was any work or thought given to the fact that this sort of headroom or the plan that we are talking about for the next year, has some thought been given to our recent meeting with the Cabinet Secretary, the targets, the sort of the correspondence that they have been sending us with regards to choosing the priorities. And I was just thinking that this money could be sort of prioritized in those areas where we really need to make a difference. I know it's a difficult one. I mean, everything needs money to be doing it. But I was just thinking that if we can plan in priority terms to be able to address some of the key areas that we really need to bring up and meet the target, and also perhaps have the savings efficiency shown as well. So a bit of a mixed approach that can help us to achieve what we want to really achieve as targets.
Yeah, so within the rules of what we can use capital for, we do work really closely with divisions and then coming back through to execs in terms of how best to use the capital, recognising that it is there to support management, the delivery of some of our statutory obligations, as I said, and managing some risks. So if you look at the spread of how we spend it in terms of equipment that's end of life, so how, you know, if it's a real quality and safety issue, digital investment, as well as estate. We do look to see how we can use that capital, and we are, you know, for example, there's investment, additional activity, you know, power tools. I'll talk like I know in detail what all these things are, but they're, you know, power tools are getting used more often from a surgical perspective. There's investment in surgical equipment to enable increased throughput. So they are aligned, but recognising that they're trying to not just manage some of the ministerial priorities, but manage our local quality and safety, estate and digital and other infrastructure risks. So we're continuously trying just to balance across those areas.
Yes. Any further questions, Helen?
Just one on the refit side of things. So there's 3.5 for 25-26 and then 4.7 for 26-27. So I understand it might not be in here, but is work being done to quantify the savings that would generate us?
Yeah, we had, is it to a recent board or a committee? I can't remember. There was quite an in-depth update on the refit programme.
It's an investor safe programme, so we've had to do all the due diligence on the estimates for recovering the costs over a period of years. So I believe off the top of my head, I'm going to say 8 years, I think, is a repayment profile at Welsh Government, which would require us to basically make greater savings in the investment over that period, and then after that you'll be able to take advantage of the financial savings.
Yeah, it was, and I think maybe before you joined the board, Helen, there was an in-depth report we can share to bring you up to speed.
Okay, are we happy to endorse this report on the programme? It's very tight, but we'll make best use of it. Okay, thank you. Would you like 10 minutes break? Go down. Shall we review? Can we go to 6.3, patient safety incident policy, please, Jenny?
Thank you, Chair. So this policy is presented for approval. So this is our patient safety incident reporting and management policy. This policy deals with our nationally reported reportable incidents and those incidents which are of the most serious harm. So it's a really important policy in terms of ensuring that it has the right balance of ensuring the governance, but ensuring we have that person-centred approach to the way in which that's transacted. This update reflects significant input from families and staff who've experienced the process. So we've worked quite hard to ensure that we've had those open and transparent discussions with families who've experienced a patient safety investigation and our staff as well. So it really strengthens our approach from a user perspective. So the new components of the policy, just to run through very briefly, this was last updated in 2023, are around the investigation and training and support. So ensuring that we've got clear governance in terms of staff assigned to investigations, that we've trained those people appropriately, and that those people have ongoing support during the process, because it can be really, really hard to investigate a serious incident, particularly in terms of the findings, working with the family and staff. So we know that that can be particularly difficult. So this is about providing that wraparound support. We do know that where we have very complex patient safety or sensitive patient safety incidents, we've been running it for a while now and testing it, but we've introduced a process where we almost have a meeting where we set the terms of reference at a senior level, we engage with all of the relevant stakeholders, and then we make sure that all stakeholders are aligned in terms of the approach, the reason why it's reported, and the context of the investigation. We also take the opportunity at that point to assign key roles. So, for instance, if the police are involved or safeguarding, will identify the single point of contact, and we'll make sure that the investigating officer, the clinical executive who's going to sign off the report, and the family liaison officer are allocated. And this policy finally really sets out in more detail our family liaison officer role, what's expected, the support we will offer, and how we will work with the family throughout the investigation to make sure that we've listened to their concerns, and we ensure the communication with them is clear, timely and robust. And what we also do now is we don't set the terms of reference as a final draft until we've spoken to the family. So we embed their questions in the process. So I recommend it for approval.
Thank you very much, Jenny, and thank you very much for all the hard work that's gone in to revising our safety policies and really bringing them up to date in an excellent way. Are there any questions for Jenny? Helen?
No, I just wanted to support the policy, and I think the three significant changes are really important. And I think the policy itself very clearly sets out what the process should be.
Yeah.
Thank you, well done to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Be happy to endorse the policy and the changes that have been made. Yeah, thank you. On to 7.1, performance escalation status update, please, Anna.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We've kind of covered some of the substance of this in terms of the updates from the Chair and Nicola's update at the top of the meeting. So it's just really to make sure that we've got as a board formal kind of point in terms of receiving the change in escalation status that was communicated in December. So the board just does remind colleagues of that, the national framework against which we assess the domains and the levels. And then the table on the second page just reminds colleagues of the escalation history over the past kind of 2 years in terms of the movement. And I guess critically for us now, just to note, in terms of finance and planning, we were in level 4 targeted intervention, and then in the summer of last year, we de-escalated into enhanced monitoring on the back of delivery of our plan last year to control total, and indeed delivering in terms of the quantifiable commitments and other changes we set out. And also then the development of an approvable plan for this year, and a plan that was approved. So they were what triggered our de-escalation in July following end of last year and our plan for this year. And then, as we know, and has been noted already at the top of the meeting in December, we were re-escalated for finance and planning back up to level 4, and we were escalated further for urgent and emergency care, where we've been at level 3 since just over a year, from January 24. We were at level 3, which is enhanced monitoring for ED at the Grange. And in December, our escalation status increased both in level and in scope. So we increased to level 4, targeted intervention and the whole urgent emergency care system, rather than just ED at the Grange. So and our colleagues are aware of that, but just for us to formally note that. The rest of the paper then, just under those 2 areas of escalation, sets out some of the kind of quantifiable position that we were at in terms of at the point of escalation, so in December, and sets out as well some of the actions and approaches in train to kind of support improvement and hopefully, you know, de-escalation. So I don't know how much detail to go into on these, Chair, but just on performance in terms of the urgent emergency care. It sets out where we were against the key escalation criteria at that point. I think it shows that at the point of escalation, I'm going to emphasise that because we know it's been a challenging winter since escalation in December, but at the point of escalation, we were seeing an improving trajectory against a number of measures, notably in terms of ambulances over an hour. Our pathway of care delays had gone down on a steady trajectory, and we significantly decreased 24-hour waits as well. I think it is fair to say, though, some of the other key metrics were what we call kind of stubborn in terms of seeing sustained improvement, particularly around waits to be seen, so to see a clinician, and waits of over 12 hours. So it's just kind of to set out kind of the objectives, kind of data and information really, but we do need to recognise that so since our escalation, in terms of the real focus on the 45-minute handover and the additional challenges that has brought in terms of system sustainability and response. The paper then sets out, I won't go through them in detail, but some of the key and ongoing actions. They will invariably overlap with the next paper in terms of winter plan, but what's being done to try to improve that system performance. Important to note, I did chase it again this morning, but we haven't yet received we know we've been escalated, but we haven't received our updated de-escalation framework, which will set out the metrics and the expectation of improvement and the de-escalation criteria really. So that's really important for us and for us as a board, so that we know and we can sense check our actions focusing on the right thing. In the very short term, it's also really important to our plan for next year that we're factoring in those metrics into that planning as well. So haven't received it yet, but we'll continue to chase, so we've got that clarity. And similarly on the planning and finance escalation, I think in terms of the change from our balanced position and our forecast, the risks that materialised and the change in forecast was clearly key in terms of the thinking and decision making in terms of both changing our escalation status and in the revocation of the INT approval that was touched on at the beginning of the meeting. So in terms of actions we did make, and you talked, Chair, about what the request in terms of formally going back to the Cabinet Secretary, with elements of this in there in terms of what we did deliver in our plan, what we are delivering this year, both in terms of some of the quantifiable stuff and just, as a board, we track that and we look at that at every, we've got the performance reports next. We're tracking those against our IMTP commitments, as well as any of the milestones within that. And we can, maybe we want to share the most recent versions of that with government colleagues. So I'll pause there and happy to take any questions in terms of actions and next steps. probably though just finally on the planning criteria, whilst the framework hasn't been received, we did look yesterday with the Population Health Planning and Partnerships Committee at the self-assessment for the planning maturity matrix, which is likely to be a key criteria as it has been in the past. So we reviewed the actions and the action plan against that as well, which should put us in good stead when that framework finally comes through. So I'll pause there and take any questions.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you. Any questions to Hannah on this? Yes, Penny.
Can I just ask quickly, has the extension, ED extension, had the desired effect, desired impact?
So we haven't done the full like post-project evaluation. So phase one is has opened, as you know, and just a big driver of the ED extension was patient experience, recognising some of both the feedback and the reports we could see from that what that crowded department had. It has unlocked some opportunities to test models. Now I'll probably want to come in here in terms of a clinical assessment space. There is additional space. It's not just a waiting area. I don't know if any colleagues have been around there and see it, but there is obviously a much nicer waiting area, but there is additional assessment space as well. We are just pausing before we restart phase two, which was going to be some remodelling in the original department, just to see if some of the tests have changed that Leanne and her team are trialling in terms of focusing on that wait to be seen, if they're going to influence how we go forward in phase two. I don't know if you want to add to that, Ian.
It's obviously not the full model. We haven't got the benefit of that at the moment, but there is no doubt, you know, particularly given the critical incident, we would have been in all sorts of trouble had we been in the old unit. So it was absolutely the right decision to go pre-Christmas. I think staff really welcome the additional space and the additional assessment area. The wait to be seen is stubborn, is you know, I think Hannah's described it as that. So we're bringing in some external colleagues to support the team on the wait to be seen sort of plan. And I've asked for some specific details around I guess sort of the metrics since because it went early just before Christmas, whether we've seen any set in the context. So some very pretty significant peaks in demand into ED for us. So definitely a benefit, grateful for board support for that, but definitely more improvement to come.
Any further questions? Gabby.
I'm conscious that the language used by Welsh Government around the sort of escalation, particularly around finances, is relating to our rapid deterioration, and put in quotes, rapid deterioration in our finances. I'm interested in hearing whether or not, given that when we put in our balance plan at the end of beginning of this financial year, we called out a series of risks that were likely to lead to us not meeting that plan. And as far as I'm aware, throughout our entire period of this year, we've highlighted that those were risks. And in some cases, those risks were becoming real. And as a result, those risks we call out have become real. How have we had any sense from Welsh Government how they missed that this was becoming real? It clearly isn't a rapid deterioration. It's a deterioration that we highlight might happen. And I'm just interested in whether we've had anything from Welsh Government that might suggest how they missed that.
Do you want to answer that one, Rob?
Interesting where you put that. So in terms of feedback, no, not really. But the way you've described the chronology and the history of our planning, our reporting, both formally, there's more behind that in terms of informal communication as well, very early on. Yeah, I can't really say more than that. It was not something when we had the public accountability meeting. I think there was a fair challenge around, could we have done more faster in terms of savings delivery to reduce the impact? I think that's a fair challenge back on us. There wasn't any sort of reflection on a rapid decline and deterioration of the financial position. So I was quite surprised to see that narrative coming out at that point in the year as well.
I found it worth acknowledged by Will at that meeting that there was a £25 million risk attached to our plan.
Which is why I'm quite surprised at the narrative coming out of Welsh Government, but it's a rapid deterioration. Now, obviously, the fact we are in the position we're in isn't great. But we have done a significant amount in terms of we've saved a vast amount of money over the course of this year, and I think the figure used Nicola earlier was 110 million over the last 3 years. So we've saved a significant amount of money from the system, and so it's quite surprising the negative narrative that Welsh Government have spun on this particular one, given that they were aware of it. We obviously have more to do, but it's disappointing has come from us.
And we remain at the second lowest funding per head of population in Wales.
Yeah, and I think, we recognise the deficit, and we're all disappointed really as a board in terms of where we are. So as you said, it's within the risk. You look at all of the issues that are presented, they were all risks that we did identify. So I think, we don't recognise the rapidly deteriorating position. I think, with hindsight, we probably, we got de-escalated in July when I suppose we had a balanced plan with lots of risks. So in some ways we potentially should have remained in level 4 given the risk to our plan. But I think, we have shared that feedback. But,
it's the particular narrative or particular way this has happened suggests that in future, one of the reasons or one of the routes we took specifically as part of the conversations we had last year was that we would aim for a balanced budget, but highlight where there were concerns to it. And the situation we found ourselves in suggests that actually maybe we shouldn't have done that. Maybe we should have not gone in with a balanced budget and then tried to overachieve it. It feels like we've been punished for attempting to be ambitious as opposed to sticking to a negative position. So it feels very much like we've been punished for that.
So you can I just add, that's really why I asked my ED question, because the escalation process was in the day before it was opened. There didn't seem to be any acknowledgement of that.
Yeah, and I think, probably the meeting that formed the decision would have probably happened in November, I would imagine. I think, the biggest driver that will be impacting that decision will be the ambulance delays at the Grange Junction, albeit the escalation was across the whole system. Yeah, that is the metric that we are probably struggling with most in terms of that ability to, even though we've seen a big improvement on this year's handover delays compared to last year. If you look at last December, January figures, our lost hours for our ambulances is about, it's 3,000 a month compared to 4,500 a month. But it's still 3,000 a month, and we, a number of other health boards have made some really good improvements around ambulance handover, and we are slower in terms of our recovery. So I think that is probably been a big factor in the decision, I'm sure.
Want to come back?
Just one more question, I guess, is that when we were previously escalated, it took a very long time for us to get a set of clear instructions from Welsh Government on de-escalation. I can't remember exactly how long, but I can remember it took quite a while. I think it took quite a while to get the de-escalation criteria from Welsh Government. Is that likely to be the case again this time, or do we think Welsh Government will be quicker at giving us a set of clear criteria to meet?
We were told at our IQPD meeting, was it last week? I can't remember, colleagues, that we would have it that week. So I sort of chased again this morning, hoping to be able to kind of update the board. Haven't had a response yet. So my guess is it's drafted and it's going through whichever sort of machinations of sign off. But I expect it to be imminent following that kind of. Well, it wasn't a verbal update. It was in the chat bar in our IQPD meeting last week. That was it was due.
Yeah, and just to add, so I know Jacqueline, since she's come in, she's looking at kind of looking at how she can strengthen some of the escalation process, some of the details that's behind it, and in terms of the support that's offered to those health boards and escalations. So there's work underway. It's not kind of finalised yet, but it feels it's a move in a positive direction in terms of how we deal with health boards in the different levels of escalation and how support is offered. So hopefully that will become a little bit clearer. more transparent going forward. We'll share that once the kind of structures are finalised, I think.
It would be difficult to know what they think escalation will achieve, isn't it, really? I mean, when you look at the number of boards that are in this so-called escalation, you do wonder why nobody's asking, well, what is it meant to achieve then? Because I don't know what difference it's going to be. Like, I know Jacqueline is saying, well, we will identify levels of support. In reality, I'm not sure, other than not being a very pleasant place for staff to be, to know that in escalation is all of the word. But actually in practice, I'm not sure it makes much difference in reality, does it? Does it mean they won't look on us as favourably for extra money or that kind of thing? Or how will they play that into the system?
Yeah, I don't know, obviously we're subject to kind of more frequent scrutiny through the meeting structures when you're in escalation, and whether you're level 3 or level 4 or level 5, I think that is more frequent with levels of seniority that's involved. But I think going forward, that is what I think they are trying to be clearer about what that means and how's the organisation supported to de-escalate. Much clearer. So I think that is probably acknowledged to a certain extent and is being addressed. So
Because if you look at the North Wales case, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, how many years have they been in some kind of escalation? 12 years. So just ask the question, well, what has that achieved then?
And I think in all fairness, it was a recognising last year when we were de-escalated on plan and finance. It was trying to, demonstrate the escalation can work both ways and let's, de-escalate where we can. And I know other health boards have been de-escalated on some of the metrics recently. But I think, the whole process would benefit from some, which I would is being looked at. Yeah. Akmal?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was trying to unmute myself. I think for me, it would be important that how the board is being assured for the movement of these performances and financials and all the ministerial delivery expectations, system change delivery, all of those things, how far we are moving month to month, and how that mechanism is being reported back through the executives, to the board, to be able to get that assurance that we are moving in the right direction. So I was just wanting to see, or maybe ask Hannah, if there's a strategy that every month in terms of the ministerial expectations, especially for the de-escalation. I fully understand that that process or that clarity is not there, but internally for us as a board, how do we set our targets in a way that every month, we could see that it's a downward travel in terms of the expectations and the interventions that they are giving, and how does that then relate to some of the senior level management meetings that you're having with the Welsh Government? Because I think that will give the confidence not only to our staff, to our patients, to the general public, and to the Welsh Government, but more importantly to us as a board. So is there a mechanism that we are setting in light of this background or the landscape that we are in it now with the escalation?
Yeah, I'm happy to say that. Thanks, Akmal. So starting with the urgent emergency care criteria, I can give you assurance that they are looked at. Well, some of them looked at hourly. The wait to be seen is something we're looking at on a daily basis. But in terms of formal reporting, we have embedded the escalation criteria as they were, obviously recognising what we said, but we haven't got the new ones as part of our integrated performance report. So when you look at that, you'll see a tag that this is an organisational de-escalation criteria, or it might be also an enabling action or ministerial priority. So we've tried to not have multiple different reports, but so the monthly integrated performance report has in there our de-escalation criteria. So that's where it'll come through in terms of the committee and board structure. But as I said, it's operationally, it's looked at, hourly, then through the weekly meeting that Leanne chairs, all of those de-escalation criteria are reviewed and looked at. So we are tracking them very closely and trying to provide the board assurance through our integrated performance report. I guess the same would be through in terms of the finance. There's many reports in terms of where we are against the delivery of savings. Rob's brought, you know, where we are against the VSB thematic areas, the governance checklists. I just touched on taking the planning maturity matrix assessment to the planning committee yesterday. So there is, if we need to kind of summarise where all those bits of assurance goes, happy to do that. But we tried to kind of streamline it so we've not got too many separate reports and make it part of core business.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Any further questions? Thank you. No. Fine. Thank you. Let's hope we get the framework soon. 7.2, the winter plan. On you go, Hannah.
Okay, thanks, Chair, and I'm sure colleagues, some colleagues will come in on this. So just to recognise, this is a sort of a bit of an interim update, recognising this is still very much winter and feeling the pressures as has been touched on, and I'll come at the end just to talk about critical incidents. So the purpose of the paper is to give a bit of an update on where we are in light of the winter plan that came to board in September last year. Just to remind colleagues, the paper sort of sets out the framing that plan used to identify the actions, and then we tested that plan against the national modelling that was done, that was issued in October, that modelled scenarios for respiratory diseases, so RSV, which is in predominantly children and based on respiratory illness, flu and COVID. We then locally used that national modelling to kind of combine it with our activity and our forecasting so that we could have a view of, in terms of those peaks, those expected peaks in respiratory illness, what they would do to our admission activity and expected impact on occupancy. And we've been tracking very closely that, and I'll come on to that in a minute. But that modelling did help us kind of just adjust the timing of some of our actions to make sure that they were giving us maximum impact for some of those predicted surges in demand. So in terms of then what's happened after that modelling, the paper on page 4 has a chart at the top that the blue line has been tracking just from an occupancy. We've got a number of different splices of this, as you can imagine, but that's a good example of that shows how we've been tracking through the early part of the winter. So October, November, we were tracking high to the severe. So in terms of our occupancy levels, there was a lot of pressure in the system. And then you can see there was a drop that took us just below the kind of moderate, and we all thought winter was over. Well, we didn't, because we'd seen the modelling, and then you can see that sharp rise in the blue line. And unfortunately, but maybe not unsurprisingly, with what's been happening more recently, the latest version of this chart shows that blue line going straight up above the severe peak. So we had a peak anyway, but our actual experience in terms of occupancy, so how many people are in our beds, the test is taken at midnight, the number is taken at midnight, but it shows you that pressure in the system. So we have been, it's kind of the evidence to back up what we know in terms of the pressures within the system. So in terms of what we delivered then in the plan, I set out a key part of it was vaccination. I know we've got the Tracy's report later. In terms of our focused approach on vaccinations, both with populations and staff, I guess the key headlines are we've delivered in terms of cohorts, each cohort, we've delivered more than the Welsh average in terms of coverage and more than we did last year. I think it's fair to say we're not complacent, are we, Tracy? So positive progress, but the work continues in terms of really targeting both population cohorts and staff cohorts to increase. The example given in the paper is the flu jab. So that's been a key part of the actions. Just to draw out a couple of others, we've set up a single point of access, which is really to try to streamline the routes into the system and really focus on admission avoidance and making sure that patients don't come into hospitals if they don't need to. Early feedback from that development is a 61% admission avoidance. So of all the contacts, they're avoiding 61% of demand is going to alternative pathways. I guess key as well, and we timed this additional capacity to match those peaks at the modelling outline. So we've opened 2 additional wards, community ward in Chepstow just before Christmas, and then a medical ward in New Ward Gwent in a phased way after Christmas. And then another key part of our actions, which shows us quite a lot of agility in the plan, is the winter sprints. I'm sure Jenny and Leanne will come in on this, but we've taken through the national winter sprints. If you remember, last year was the 50-day challenge. This year with the winter sprints, we took for the first one in early December a site-based executive-led approach with multidisciplinary teams, and we had some national metrics which we were tracking against. There's an appendix in the paper that sets out some of the thematic learning, but importantly as well, progress with some of those metrics. I think it's fair to say that the information shows we made good improvements in terms of numbers of discharges, timing of discharges, and also we can check that we didn't compromise quality because readmission rates were kept in line with what we would expect. And we made good progress in the longest, and the patients waiting the longest, so over 21 days length of stay. I guess where in terms of metrics, our pathway of care delays did significantly increase. So in November, the census date, we were 165. And if you look back up, we've been tracking and gradually reducing those, which is really positive. But they jumped up to 223 in December. That's really significant. So in spite of all this work, the actual numbers of patients. We were actually an outlier in Gwent in that respect. Other regions across Wales saw a reduction in those pathways of care delays. But there's definitely some learning within the region. We had a conversation at RPB, I think it was only last week, and there's a lot of learning across our partnership and our approaches to reflect in terms of kind of why some of that was. Unfortunately, we got to put some of that learning into practice pretty quickly because notwithstanding all of those actions, pressure was such, as you will know, that we did have to call a critical incident. The things that drove us to that was the occupancy. I talked about that chart and how the most recent version shows how we were even above the most severe modelling. So occupancy was significantly high, which meant lots of patients, partly driven, no doubt, by the increase in pathway of care delays. We also had high ITU occupancy. We had lots of patients boarded, had to open a lot of additional capacity over and above those winter wards. And all of this was challenged under the infection prevention control issues. We've had norovirus outbreaks really contributed to both those pressures. At the time of calling the incident, we'd lost. So we had around 20, I think it increased from 20 at one point, didn't it? But 20 beds that were empty, but we couldn't use due to the rules and regulations around IPAC. They were in areas where we had an outbreak. So a really, really challenging picture that led us to call critical incident on the 10th of January. And we've been trying to keep colleagues and partners and public updated as that has progressed through to us, standing it down as a system critical incident on the 22nd, so last week. We did have to keep it in place in YYF due to the prevailing kind of IPAC issues. We've done a lot of work in looking at some of the data around acuity and what was going on in the system, not just from a numbers perspective. And again, happy to share any of that. So I guess finally, before others may want to come in, so in terms of winter, then clearly a challenge on patient experience in terms of the numbers of patients, some of the environments that patients have either been sleeping in or waiting in have not been what we would want, notwithstanding additional kind of capacity. We talked about the waiting room. Impact on staff. Staff have been running at kind of high intensity work through the sprints and then straight into a critical incident. So I think we need to recognise that, and the staff, the impact on staff and the ask of staff. We called in lots of staff coming in and doing additional activities, and clearly financial, and they're linked to the finance report later. There's been a financial impact of winter in terms of the position that we're reporting in terms of the additional capacities and the workforce challenges. So apologies, that's a bit longer than there's a bit of stuff to add from the paper in terms of an update. Leanne, I don't know if you wanted to come in terms of the operational.
Yeah, I think you covered the key points, and both Chair and Nicola mentioned it. Just how hard the teams have worked to keep patients as safe as they possibly can in incredibly challenging circumstance. It was a perfect storm. You know, we Peter often references the miracle of Christmas. It didn't feel as though we had that this year, actually, and I do think that there's a lot of learning with other local authority partners around being in that position. We've had a great response from them as a result of the critical incident, but I do think sort of how we formalise some of the working with our local authority partners, as well as our own teams around the discharge effort, I think will help us for next year.
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Bill?
Yeah, just looking at the report, and it seems that this November-December bulge was probably the seat of lots of the pressure that followed after that. And according to the report, much of the delays there were social care delays waiting for assessment, which, okay, you can understand that, I suppose. But it gets more difficult to understand that when you read the All Wales Trusted Assessor report, which is very critical on it. Basically says we're the only region in Wales now that doesn't have a trusted assessor model. So I can't see how we balancing this with our discussions with the local authorities, where we say we have very good relationships, finally. How are we actually dealing with these really thorny issues? Because I think that's one that we have to crack. And we've got lots of evidence to say that we have an assessor problem. There is a model which other areas are saying are working very well. We have people who are basically saying they don't want to do it. I think that is contributing to the kind of issue that we have at Focus. So, I mean, it's a bit like the King with no clothes, this, isn't it? We're thinking, well, it's where we're going, it's like one way or another. So, we're not complying with national policy, and that is leading partly to some of the difficulties that we had over Christmas. Because if you get that kind of a bulge before you get a demand, where do you go with the demand when you go to critical incident? I'm not saying that we're not having these debates, but I just think we need to reinforce the importance of it.
I don't know if you want to come in on that, Jem. I know you're like that. There's.
I know you haven't go, but I just
some focus for a trusted assessor MOUs at the moment.
So there is a requirement for us to respond to Welsh Government in the next couple of weeks around an MOU for trusted assessor. So there was a workshop yesterday to think about how we respond to that and how we progress that. What I would say is that trusted assessor is one of the thorny issues. Our local authorities have a very clear position. They feel we work within the principles of trusted assessor. I think Welsh Government would say they are concerned that a trusted assessor model isn't routinely used in the health board. So there are ongoing discussions. I do think that it is something we need to continue to press right to the most senior levels, because if you think about it logically, it doesn't make sense. Part of the reason our numbers went up in the sprint was because we identified more patients who needed assessment. So if you look at, there was a sharp rise in social work assessments required. That's because we were proactively identifying greater numbers of patients who needed social care input. And actually, if there'd been a trusted assessor model, we may have been able to avoid some of those delays because, they weren't able to respond to all of them. So I think there is a compelling argument, whether you look at the data, the quality outcomes, the patient experience, to make sure that we are trying to work that through with our teams. But if that doesn't bear fruit, as in the workshop yesterday, we do need to escalate this to the most senior level, I think, because it is becoming an issue that we don't seem to be able to resolve.
I mean, we know that the workforce is tight.
Yeah.
The whole basis of a trusted assessor model is it expands your workforce.
Yeah, quite.
So you have more people.
Saves time.
It saves time, it saves capacity. Yeah. And we do have nurse assessors who are very skilled. Yes, I understand the issue of we are committing resource on behalf of the local authority, but that's not to say they can't reassess once the patient is discharged, or that we don't have another escalation mechanism in place. So I do think it's something we need to progress.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just follow that up because I read the report I was going to raise about the trusted assessor model. We've now got evidence to say that the system is not working and there was issues at Christmas. That's the time to capitalise on it and say, this is what's been raised. Patients have actually not benefited by the current model, and actually what we need to look at is a model to make sure it's fit for purpose. Other parts of Wales have introduced this model successfully. Went is the only area in Wales that does not operate the model, and actually can we, with the evidence we've got now, can we now look to work to a plan to make sure that we can address this issue? And now we've got the evidence. So can we action that?
Yeah, I know we've got planning to set up a meeting with the chief executives on the Director of Social Services on another issue, and I think this is right. I've emailed them already to ask if we can revisit this. So we'll pick it up as part of that meeting.
There's also a paper, I think, from Welsh Government on
Oh,
this
yes.
assessment.
So we've got to do it. We've got to respond to the MOU.
And I think therefore that's useful then. But I think to really have a plan in place to address this particular issue, because when it talks about challenges with the referral process across the 5 local authorities, increased delays, that causes issues for patients, for families and everything else. And the issue has to be what's important for the patient and to support the patient.
Yes, absolutely. David?
Yeah. So this is, I mean, it's clearly been a really difficult time for everybody in our system, and I think our staff have done a great job of trying to keep everything moving as much as possible. One of the things I've picked out from this is I think this is now the 2nd year in a row where occupancy has tracked above the worst case modelling scenario, and I'm conscious that when we sit down and talk about these plans, or they get the winter plans, we get these modelling, we look at it and we say, well, we're going to aim for the median scenario, and clearly that hasn't worked for the last 2 years. How are we feeding back into that modelling to try and improve it for next year? Because like 2 years in a row we are above the worst case. Clearly the worst case is not the worst case. I think something is wrong in the modelling. We need to try and fix it.
I don't know whether Tracy will want to comment on in terms of the national modelling that comes from Public Health Wales, but I guess the stuff, and we've already started picking this up within my team, with then use that to apply to our numbers, is some of the assumptions we're making about, so the occupancy is, as I said, number of people in beds at midnight. If our pathway of care delays go up and we're not getting people through the system, and we've assumed that we at best sustain rather than continue to improve, then there's something about how in our assumptions going forward about how we account for things that aren't purely within our control. And I think that speaks to some of the issues in terms of the joint working we need to do. I'll let Tracy speak in terms of the national modelling. I'll let you talk to what the national modelling.
Yeah, I mean the national modelling is drawn on what's happening globally. So you start to look at patterns of disease that happen across, and we tend to look at that from Australia to Canada and across, because we tend to see patterns form from that perspective. The challenge with that is you've got almost an intellectual view of how a disease is going to behave. So you always have to then do that modelling within a local context, and to do that nationally, again, takes a very broad view of the data. Whereas what we need to be able to do is apply that modelling, and that's what we've done this year, is apply it to our local context. What it also doesn't take into account is other factors. So that modelling has been done on specific diseases and collections of diseases. So for winter, it's obviously respiratory. What you then can't count on is other pressures coming into that. And obviously we've seen nationally, UK nationally, this real spike around norovirus this year. So the modelling wouldn't play that in. So you then see other conditions impacting on that occupancy level. So you have to triangulate. And I think the danger that's happened previously, and an expectation, is that you take that single view. And I think the fact that we've now got this kaleidoscope view of things, I think is really helpful.
it's a model. So it's, yeah, and there's assumptions about vaccination efficacy as well, and take up, and so despite best efforts, and there's so many assumptions up.
I think it's a difficult set of things to work through. It's just we've now got 2 years in a row where particularly here in AB we have been above the worst case scenario that we've modelled. So I think we need to be really clear next time round that about how we're interpreting worst case and what we plan for, because we're in a we can't always end up being above worst case. And I think we need to figure out what is it we've got to change in the way we handle this to recognise the reality of it. And I think I recognise it's a difficult problem to solve, and we're trying to predict some ways the unpredictable. But I think we probably next time around when we review this plan we need to challenge ourselves to say, is this really the worst case scenario, or is it the realistic scenario?
Yeah, I don't think we've even got access to all of the data.
Yeah,
you know, you look at sort of some of the primary care divisional assurance this week, drop off in GMS appointments, the ability to understand where our high risk sort of and rising risk population is and how and where they present. So it is imperfect, and I think we've got much better intelligence around the whole of the system. We can't just look at respiratory disease burden. That's the focus from a national perspective, but we're trying to manage an urgent emergency care system across the continuum. But I do think we need access to data right across that continuum, I think, so that we are as informed as we possibly can be and can plan appropriately.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I think just on that as well, as Leanne said, you know, that's not just respiratory. I mentioned before, we've dug into some of the acuity metrics, you know, but surgical demand in terms of the increases. So as part of the response, Leanne's team here have had to put on extra trauma lists to deal with the trauma, rising fractured neck femurs coming through in terms of demand. So I think you said perfect storm. It's not just been the respiratory, there's been the surgical demand has been significant as well.
The biggest answer to it is tracing place-based care. If we can crack that,
cure it up for.
we will get. I'm looking forward to it. But that is the answer. Absolutely. That's what should tune the whole thing. Integrated teams around integrated places, integrated people, integrated money, integrated decision making. Get away from all the time we spend on it, if we just sort it.
On that note.
I don't want to be a pedant about this. I was going to raise the same point that you just raised, I think. However, when I look at the how the data is presented, so you know, we've described it as a perfect storm, and I'm sure that absolutely is what we have experienced. And are we actually talking about a high, medium, low scenario here, or in the forecasting? Because in actual fact, what we're showing here is that this perfect storm exceeded our severe scenario model. And part of me actually says, no, that is absolutely what has happened here. Our most severe model has been exceeded in this perfect storm. So I wondered if actually it's not so much a high, medium, low model, but you know, we've actually exceeded our most sort of serious situation. So I don't know. I think our model is to show a severe, and it is possible that we can exceed severe in certain circumstances.
Trace. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Leah. I think there is that thing, isn't it, that all models are imperfect, but the very best of models give us the best guess. And that's what it will always be. I think the challenge for us, and when we look across, you know, the patterns of disease that have gone on across the UK over this winter, is we have had challenge, and we went really early with preventative measures, you know, thinking about visiting, thinking about mask wearing, re-emphasising, you know, hygiene interventions, hand washing, all of those kind of things, which I am absolutely sure will have made a difference. And that's changed it. yet we have been challenged nationally in terms of whether we needed to implement those actions, because purely looking at one disease profile means that we haven't triggered the need to do that. But we again took that whole disease profile and the other conditions that were coming in to make sure that we did implement them. So again, there is something about, you're absolutely right, we have exceeded worst case scenario, but I think it could have been worse had we not made some of the interventions we did. So I think there is something about, as a system, we did act bravely and we acted quickly to try and do this, and I think it has mitigated and shortened that spike. But it is imperfect, and we do need to do more. We need to watch this. That Leanne's right. On some of this, it is a best guess because we don't have access to the information we need to make these decisions. So we are always working from that perspective, which is hard.
I think from my perspective, it's about learning next year. So that we're so actually, I think the decisions we've taken are all the right decisions at the right point in time. It's just how do we make sure that next year we are in an even better position and better prepared for potentially year 3 of being above the worst case in the standard model based on the data we have available.
So in context, so the planning I think that we did from a winter perspective around the respiratory disease burden was appropriate. No question. And in fact, I think that low before the perfect storm hit. But to put it in context, the pathways of care delays increasing by 2 wards. Our fractured neck ischemia demand doubling from our norm sort of within a week, and then norovirus hitting really does demonstrate, I think, some of the exceptionality that we've got. And we've seen it in care homes as well now, sort of some of the norovirus. So there is, we do need to triangulate all of that, but there really it would have been incredibly difficult to have predicted some of the things. The bucking of the trend of the pathways of care delays. Actually, we were held up as one of the best in Wales for the improvements that we'd made. So there was no reason to think that was heading in the direction it was. And we'd have definitely learned from some of the conversations we've had with local authority partners. Now we need that to be on an individual local authority to health board, not in terms of managing them as a group of 5. I think that's really important, and also making our conversations with our local authorities data driven as well, because there's an impact for them in our system as well, whilst it's operating as we currently are.
Well, thank you all for that, and thank you very much for all the fantastic hard work that has gone into managing in the over this winter period, which isn't finished, and the huge effort that's been shown by the staff to keep the services running, so quality and pace, and that has been very, very difficult, given the onslaught of difficulties that we have all faced. Might I meddle with the agenda and move 7.5 up, please, to the vaccination conversation, because Tracy has to disappear to talk to the CMO for half an hour or something.
Thank you, appreciate it, and thank you. So yeah, this is this year's DPH annual report. Almost got it in before the deadline of the end of December this year, which would have been the first since being in post, so we're getting closer year on year. So each year we try and get a temperature check in terms of some of the issues that the community would like to address in this report, and this year vaccinations come through quite strongly, and obviously it's one of those areas that we need to be focused on. Like Hannah says, we are improving, but we are not improved on this agenda. We're still nowhere near herd immunity across the whole spectrum of vaccinations. So an area that we really wanted to focus on. And I think it was an opportunity for us to celebrate vaccinations. Vaccinations have had quite a lot of bad press over recent years, and there is a lot of dis and misinformation out there, and the rising culture of bad influence in terms of where people go and get their health information from. People are seeking what is good for them from TikTok rather than doctors and health professionals. So that bad influence continues to inform how we are informed, and that creates a narrative that is not true. and vaccinations has definitely been a victim of that. We know that vaccinations is the single clinical intervention that has saved more lives than any other single clinical intervention. It is the only clinical intervention that has historically eradicated disease, and we saw this with smallpox, and we also saw it with polio, and for a moment in time we saw it with measles. We have unfortunately had our measles-free nation removed from us, and that has been caused by the misinformation around research that come out some 3 decades ago now, which put a link between the MMR and autism inappropriately into the system, which stopped people taking up that vaccination. So as that consequence, now we know that measles is running rife amongst our communities again when it need not be. So we need to get a handle on communication around vaccinations. Go to the next slide, Naomi, please. So we did a series of stages with this. Some of it was a survey. We didn't get a huge response from the survey, which then meant that we put more community conversations in. So we took this out right across our communities, which ended with the big vaccination debate, which took place at Rodney Parade in October, where we brought together elected members, our community members, community leaders, clinicians, and really had a very clear conversation about vaccinations, some of the challenges, some of the myths out there, an opportunity to challenge those myths and to put truth in amongst that, and how we could start and do this. We don't want to enter a dialogue with the misinformation out there because it makes us part of it, but actually start to saturate the communities with the correct information. So we know that vaccinations has a massive impact in improving the health of our population, and we want to start and do that. The problems that would escalate if we didn't have vaccinations, I think we are all aware of. Thanks, Naomi. So all of what we know about vaccinations is not okay. I say this about everything, don't I? It's not okay. And what we're going to do to challenge the stuff that isn't okay. Thanks, Naomi. So our focus was to listen to our communities. This is key for us. We know that they are our best educators because this isn't based on data, it isn't based on policy, it isn't based on anything that we think we know, but it is based on the way they perceive good health and what we can do to ensure that they can live their lives in good health. So very much we take every conversation we have with our community as an instruction, and that feeds into these reports and sets our plan of action for the year ahead. So the report covers a range of things. We talked through the history of vaccinations, and that pathway is in the report. And obviously this is going back centuries now, when we know that, I mean, Edward Jenner is well documented in terms of the work that he did in terms of eradicating smallpox. But of course, as is often the case, it didn't happen as a medical advancement. You know, if we think back 50 years prior to that, and Lady Montagu in Portly Montagu, and just driven by her fear really in terms of her children getting smallpox and her thinking around that informed it. When we think about then the farmer that started to recognise that link with the fact that milkmaids weren't getting smallpox because they'd had this low level exposure to cowpox, and that was given some kind of immunity. So we can also thank Blossom the cow. She features in history because it was her pox that we started to look at. So we'll always be grateful to Blossom. And if you go into Berkeley in Gloucestershire to the Jenner house, Blossom's horn is in Jenner's study in his cabinet. They also sell Blossom's horn in the shop. So I think Blossom
must have a lot.
She had a lot of horn, I think. So she was a cow of many horns. But all of these things that inform that greater wisdom around vaccinations that we can learn from. So it doesn't just come through medical research. All of the toolkits that are in the research you will see in the report. The history is there, which tracks back all of the interventions, but also the eradications along that pathway. But also there's a range of toolkits. So there is the vaccination timeline, which is now publicised right across in all of our GP surgeries. We've got it facing out of places so people can see it when venues are closed as well. And we've also produced an education toolkit that's going into schools. There are the live minutes in the pack, which will give you a sense of some of the conversations that come through. from the great vaccination debate. And within that, we will take on the next steps now that will inform our improvement plan. And some of that is about making sure that vaccinations are with our communities, which we're using our 9 Bevan to go out and work within our communities directly. So in a nutshell.
Thank you very much, Tracy. It's really, really helpful and interesting report on a very, very important topic. Thank you. Any questions to Tracy? Helen?
Just to congratulate you on the big conversation. I thought that the comms on it was really good. I thought they got out really well. And I certainly, you know, it was crossing my radar a number of times. But it is worrying in the community. You know, it's always surprising that you hear these kind of anti-vax views, which are more common than we would like to think. And I just wondered in the conversation, how much of that was a challenging conversation? And I'm really interested in that, how you make sure you don't feed it and how you can inform people in the right way, because I think there's a role for everyone having those conversations.
100%, Helen. We have to thank Scott for the comms, as ever. He is our comms wizard. So we can't ever have any of these conversations without thanking him. And you're right, the anti-vax conversation was an interesting one, but was one that was easier to dispel than I thought it was going to be. I thought that was going to be a lot of the issue, but actually it was more about people's assumptions around things, some of the myths that have stayed for a long time. You know, a new one within this process that I'd never heard was people choosing not to have their boys vaccinated for MMR because of the link with mumps and male sterilisation and infertility. And I'd never heard that before. So some of that came through was really, really interesting, which of course you can overlay with facts quite quickly. I don't know that we will ever be able to saturate the comms beast with positive truth faster than the distruth, because that distruth, and we know this on all things, seems to move at such a rate. The biggest thing we found, which was bigger than the anti-vax stuff, was just purely the lack of information, when to have your vaccinations, where to have your vaccinations, assumptions made about the fact that school-based vaccinations just seem to happen, the fact that there are consent forms that aren't returned, so parents think their children have been vaccinated and they haven't been. So it's these kind of things that challenged it more than anything else. And we found that we did just one school that had low uptake of HPV, we did a targeted approach on that, where the uptake was really, really low. And just by doing that targeted phone call to parents thinking their children had had it, we were able to get another 200 children through that vaccination. So there is something about the assumptions in the system that we really need to challenge. And those were the things that were coming through these conversations that, again, like I say, were educating us so that we could take a different approach to this.
Good, that's really helpful.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic report. We discussed an executive team, but it was just the bit that I found was really helpful was the page 5 of the report, which is almost like the lifetime of vaccinations that I feel like needs to be on in your drawer, on your wall, on your phone.
Yeah.
Because, you know, even as a mother trying to think, you know, what vaccinations should my teenagers have, what should I have, and that kind of constant reminder of what you should be thinking about is just really helpful. And I think, as you said, Tracy, some of this, what we're picking up is people just not being aware or not recognising the consent process, which I think is just a really good visual in terms of making sure people are informed about what vaccinations they should have at what time of their life. So I thought it was really good. Just wanted to draw attention to it again.
Thank you. Good, okay, off you go then. I'll be back. Okay, thank you. Could we get 7.3 digital programme update, please?
Yeah, of course, thank you, Chair. So the paper provides an overview of our digital transformation programme. So first of all, it touches on our enhanced our engagement and planning, which is across the Directorate, to have a refreshed new digital service request process and divisional engagement meetings to ensure that strong strategic alignment. These engagement meetings summarise current work we've got with the divisions, agreeing on the prioritisation scores and also discussions on future roadmaps. So our work is structured into a number of programmes, and the paper gives an update on the key projects. So I'll start off with the acute services programme. So first of all, iCare digitisation. This is focused on the implementation of the Open Eyes EPR, and we're aiming to go live with that at the end of March 26, and we're currently on track to deliver that. In addition, we've got the interim solution for eye care referral system has gone live recently, and nearly 2,000 referrals have now been processed digitally. This will be replaced by a national referral solution, the implementation being aimed for the end of March, also subject to detailed national planning, which is underway. We're also currently in the procurement for a replacement for our current G2 digital dictation system, which I know Leanne will be delighted about. So procurement for that is now completed and will be awarded shortly. Business case development is underway. This will support significant efficiency improvements, and also will enable us to look at the implementation of ambient AI where those benefits can be seen. The paper also highlights other priorities in this programme, including e-advice, which is scheduled for February-March this year. Onto the Digital Award programme then. This is focused on digital health communications. This will deliver a single unified communication solution for the Health Board, replacing the current Vocera and radio paging solutions. Again, the procurement for this has now commenced alongside our business case development. Other projects in this programme include the implementation of Careflow Connect, which has had positive results in the elderly frailty unit at YYF. ICT programme is our next area. This is a large programme of work focused on new builds and refurbishments and improving our technical infrastructure. There's some key developments there on replacing components of our infrastructure which are out of date. Windows 11, for example, where we've now replaced over 13,000 devices out of 15,000, and all these projects are helping to improve our cybersecurity posture of the organisation. We're nearing completion the development of our FlexApp solution for hot desk and room booking, and we'll be looking to roll this out across the Health Board following a successful usage at Gwent. And we're continuing to improve our Wi-Fi and network provision across the organisation. We do have some concerns around the capacity in our network team, given the amount of new builds, refurbishments and general network improvements that are needed. And we're looking at some options on how we mitigate that. Probably the largest programme we've got is around clinical support services. So it'll just start on LIMS. So first of all, CellPath has go live was due in November 25. This was delayed, but we have now gone live successfully this week on Monday, which is really good news. And the Health Board now is currently planning for microbiology and blood sciences go live, but the programme will now slip beyond the 31st of March, along with some of all the other Health Boards in Wales, and this will have significant potential cost implications for across Wales. So currently, microbiology is looking at around about the 11th of May. Blood sciences around the 7th of July, and blood transfusion for the rest of Wales are on the 24th of August. There are now regular weekly meetings with the chief execs and directors of digital to agree next steps, and also to keep real focus beat on the final implementations. Just on blood transfusion, we have gone live successfully with our own local system in an Iron Bevan, which happened in September 25, so we're not part of that component of the LIMS programme. Onto radiology then, the RISK programme. So the change control to move the Health Board implementation to May 26 has been approved, and work continues on the integration and changes to our clinical workstation to support that. Public Health Wales, Powys, Betsy Cadwaladr and Hywel Dda are now live on the new radiology system, and following teething issues, they've reached their stable operations. National contract meetings have been arranged to ensure close working with the supplier on the milestones for the remaining Health Boards that are due to go live. Just on the mortuary system, so we went live in December 2025 successfully, following an accelerated procurement and implementation phase. So again, that's another piece of good news. And we're still waiting for a ministerial decision on the way forward on the intensive care system, which was due before Christmas, but we still haven't heard any particular news on that. Onto our medicines management programme. So the core implementation here is the electronic prescribing and medicines administration, which will replace the paper charts at the bedside. Technical infrastructure has now been completed, and also all the system configuration. User acceptance testing is now underway ahead of initial pilot go lives in March 26. We're currently working on the clinical safety report assessments. Road shows and engagement continues across the health board, but it's really important. I thought I'd just touch on the electronic prescription service in primary care. So this continues to be deployed by GP practices across Gwent. It's now live in 21 practices and 103 community pharmacies, with deployments planned in 26 for the remaining 46 GP practices and 22 pharmacies. Onto our digital community programme. So again, the focus here is on the implementation of WCCIS. So following the last board meeting, our procurement's been completed and the business case has been approved. A sign-off has now been received from Welsh Government. So the implementation planning is now underway and we're looking to complete the implementation by January 27, and that coincides with the risks identified with the end of life of WCCIS. Alongside this, we are reviewing the requirements for the wider community health system to assess whether the solution we purchase could meet the requirement of the community services such as district nurses and health visitors. Digital Patient is our next programme, and this again is focused on the adoption of the NHS Wales app across Gwent. So 132,000 of our citizens are registered on the app, and the Health Board is now leading Wales on referral and hospital appointment information that's now available within the NHS Wales app. We'll continue to work closely with a national programme on adoption and making new features available. And phase 2 is underway for our digital patient communications, which is focused on digital letters, which again will be available in the app in time. We have had some continuing challenges with system defects that has delayed this, but it's now anticipated to commence at the end of January. Microsoft 365 adoption continues with a focus on Microsoft Copilot. To date, significant time savings been seen with some of the implementations we have undertaken. Around 60 to 65% of that when members of staff are summarising meetings, and again some good satisfaction rates from the deployment. Further work on this will be dependent on the outcome of the new NHS Wales Microsoft Enterprise Agreement and the required business case approval for that, which will be coming in March. We are scoping some new work as well at the moment. So digital consent is a key priority from the divisions, and also some solutions to support patient flow both in the short term and medium term, because that came out as a key issue during the winter sprint. Just touch a little bit on our data and analytical work. So we're starting now the implementation of our data and analytical strategy. So the adoption of the National Data Resource for Dynamic Planning is ongoing, alongside the migration of our data infrastructure to the NDR, which is due at the end of this year. We'll continue to support divisions in development of dashboards to support operational services. Progress is also being made with clinical coding. We're now at full establishment within the team and continue to look how we can automate coding using RPA, for example, and AI, because we do have a requirement to meet the government targets for clinical coding, but that will be challenging given the increased rate of activity. Software development is the next area, nearly there. So significant work's been undertaken by the software development team to support the clinical workstation business case development, and the business case for this will be revisited once we've completed the IMTP process at the moment. Key developments have been completed to support some of the new systems I've already mentioned, such as blood transfusion, PMA, and the new radiology solution. CWS does continue to be developed a bit at a slow pace due to the resourcing requirement in the team. The key developments continue to be made, and one of the key ones this year has been the ability to see national documents in CWS. So this means now clinicians and healthcare professionals using CWS can now view nursing assessments that have been undertaken in the Welsh Nursing Care Record System without having to log on to the Welsh Clinical Hospital. We're also involved at the moment with the National Target Architecture work. So Welsh Government have commissioned a project to set out how digital systems will work in the future. The ambition of this is to provide a simpler infrastructure, improved standards around data, and improved data sharing and security. A current state assessment has been completed alongside the proposed target architecture, The next steps will be the development of a strategic investment plan to Welsh Government. I will be providing a further detailed paper on this. But there are some concerns over the 10-year timeline that's set out in this work. How can we transform digitally in that time, but still adopting the principles that come out of the National Target Architecture. And the paper does touch on the capital investment that we've had this year at over £5 million, and that supported a range of replacements and the equipment across the health board, with a real focus on reducing some of the risks that we've got in our risk register. Finally, then there's a summary which gives some of the high-level summary of all of our projects this year. So 50 have been completed, 28 are currently in implementation, with the rest either in planning, scoping, or in procurement. So yeah, the board is just asked to note the digital transformation update. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. It's a really helpful report. It puts into context the enormous range of things that have been pushed forward at their pace. And the stress on the system. Any questions, David?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with that. I think the sheer amount of work that Paul and his team are doing is incredible in terms of the amount of churn and the amount of stuff that is in progress. When you just look at what's gone live in the last 6 months and what's due to go live in the next 6 months, it is incredibly busy, incredibly pressured. I think the real issue, or the next phase or next step of this is how, right now, most of these are focused on system replacements and upgrades, which will have benefit to us and will allow us to make some improvements in areas, but they're sort of turning the dial up slowly rather than the step change that I think we're going to need. What I think I'm nervous about, particularly what we're seeing coming out of Welsh Government and DHCW and the 10-year plan for the National Target Architecture and all sorts of elements of that, is it's going to be really hard to carve out the capacity and carve out the time and the funding and the investment needed to make the real step changes that are going to fundamentally change the system and allow us to make the big leaps we need to make. Things like the radiology system are going to be a big step forward for the radiology teams and for that. But the real transformational changes are not going to come from a system, from a single system change. They need to be fundamental transformations. And I think Paul's team is doing a fantastic job of keeping on top of the sheer amount of stuff that is coming in and they're having to do and having to deliver, and are keeping us in a really good state. I think the question we've got to have and we've got to think about is, given the financial situation, given the lack of leadership from Welsh Government level, how are we going to really make that big step change next year and year after to do some fundamental transformation? I don't know how that's going to happen at this point.
Thank you. Paul?
2 questions I've got really. Well done, first of all, but it's very encouraging with 132,000 people on the NHS app registration. I just wondered what can we do to increase that number? And then maybe I noticed we've got our vice friend on the call still, as to whether there can be a campaign there to really promote this. That's the first thing. And secondly, what can we do to increase GP use of electronic prescriptions? Because this is a significant improvement for patients when they're able to have their prescriptions prescribed by the system, rather than people ringing up and clogging up the doctor's surgery at 9 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock, saying, can I have a prescription? Whereas if you go online and do it, the doctor can approve it, and then you can go to the pharmacy. So it's next steps, really.
Yes, there's a couple of things that I forgot to include in the report, but as a percentage of our population, we're the highest adoption in Wales for the NHS Wales app by Health Board Region, which I think is really positive. So there has been a report that's come out recently which sets out each practice how far they've got with electronic prescription uptake with their patients. I know the primary and community care division obviously are looking at some targeted work to support that GP adoption. I think having a clear plan for the NHS Wales app and making more functionality available is some of the key to adoption, because there are disparities across Wales where you go to one GP practice, you can book an appointment online, go to another GP practice and they don't allow that functionality. So there's some work, I think, for the national programme to get some consistency of functionality across the board while still building new developments in the app as we go forward. And obviously, as we make our digital letters available in the app, that will also help drive that adoption across the health board.
Thank you.
I think it's important, to advertise more widely exactly what you use the app for, because I know it's being extended on a daily basis almost, but so that everybody understands, well, this will help you in this way. And to be clear. Akmal, oops, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you for the update. I think my questions also were in line with what has already been said in terms of the workload that has been specified or mentioned. Your team, especially in terms of how this team is going to really deliver in the next 12 months or so. And my question really was how to be able to get the app more into the community. Like if we've got a patch covering nearly 500,000 people, and we've got about 130,000 which have got the app. So I think these are areas that I think which we need to really push. But from my point of view, I mean, the IT perspective is how are we getting some live data points or live data nodes which can help us to improve the efficiency or, for example, the ED or the wards or the social care bottlenecks that we are having in terms of our discharges. I mean, is there any areas that IT can help us to actually give us a good dashboard to be able to understand what is exactly happening just for our board assurance? And then I think you mentioned a very important point in terms of the GPs, because on the primary side, primary healthcare side, I think it's important that at least in our patch, what can we do to help the GP practices to actually get in line with our main systems? So is there any plans to do that, to ease the appointment systems, the prescriptions, the testing and all that? Because that is the anxiety that is in the community. And if IT can help, I think that would be a big step forward.
Thanks. Yes, well, we have a system flow dashboard that's used by operational services at the moment, but I think there's definitely some improvements we can make in that area. So we're tirelessly working with the Welsh Ambulance Service, trying to make sure that we can get access to their data on a regular basis, so we can feed that into our dashboard. We're also having discussions with social care at the moment about accessing their data. And this is what we can do in that interim, because obviously the strategic ambition is all this data would feed into the national data resource, enable us then to build solutions on top of that. And I touched on the report that the work we're doing around patient flow at the moment and improving systems on the wards. We get that data collection because ultimately any dashboards and information we present to various groups, we need to make sure that the data quality is there and that data collection is easy for our staff on the ground. So those are the two areas we're focusing on from that perspective. On the NHS Wales app, what I can provide some assurance what DHEW are doing to support some of that wider rollout alongside the primary and community care division. So I can put that back at another day.
Lisa?
Yeah, just to come back to you, Paul, really. So just for assurance, Slice are part of the NHS Wales-wide app steering group, and we are pushing for consistency and adoption across Wales. In terms of what we are hearing in Gwent, really is frustration around inconsistency of opportunity around the app. So I think, we are very keen to be part of the messaging around the app and how that can alleviate some of the frustrations and weights and concerns that citizens have in relation to access to GP surgeries, appointments and wider. But I think, it really is key for us to have manage expectations around what they can expect, because I appreciate that currently each practice offer is slightly different. So I think when that is aligned, that will be much easier to roll out and to achieve a wider buy-in from the Gwent citizens.
Yeah, and where the Welsh Government is looking at the GP contract, I think, to put some
Yes,
specific
they
things in that around the NHS Wales app.
Yes, but there's no current kind of enforcement of them adopting the whole package, if you like, and rolling it out, is it? It's still very splintered.
Can I just ask, are managed practices using the very fully compliant, which is within our guess, I guess?
You'd have to check, and yeah, can help me check that? I'm not sure.
It'd be difficult to argue with independent providers if our own people are not doing it.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Now your AI reports.
Yes, okay, thank you. So the paper provided gives an overview of where we are with AI across the health board. So first of all, the paper defines AI and explains some of the key concepts for awareness. It also highlights some of the history of AI, showing really how the technology has been around for quite a long time now. But there's been recent breakthroughs that have led to technology developments and opportunities. This is especially in the case with generative AI, and you'll all be aware that consumer applications such as Google Gemini and ChatGPT, which is now in common use. So AI has many potential uses in healthcare, such as enhancing diagnosis and treatment, improving on optimizing care pathways and workflows, personalizing care and prevention, and also enabling innovation and research. There's an example in the paper from NHS England how AI has been used to improve the pathway for skin cancer, and that has helped reduce the time to first appointment by 11 days, and had a 99% accuracy at ruling out high-risk skin cancers. Again, this really showed that how technology can improve patient pathways and patient experience. Generative AI can also support healthcare through back office efficiencies and supporting operational services. For example, in the paper of ambient AI, which I touched on in the last paper, and how this can reduce the admin burden for clinicians potentially, and how it can be used to automate conversations using automatic speech recognition with natural language processing. It also enables structured documentation to be added to electronic health records seamlessly, which also helps with that admin burden. So some research again has shown that this can save up to 5 minutes per patient encounter, and 93% of patients in some of the surveys have noticed an improved clinician engagement during those encounters. So as there are clearly opportunities for AI, we need to ensure the correct governance is in place. So we do have a current policy around AI usage in clinical settings. This is now being reviewed and refreshed, and will implement a revised AI governance arrangements through a Pacific AI subgroup of our digital data and technology group, and we'll make sure this is aligned with the clinical standards and effectiveness group, and we're working with the relevant colleagues across the health board. This governance will also ensure alignment with relevant legislation and also the guidance that's being developed and released by Welsh Government. We'll also look at developing an AI guidance hub, which will be developed on the intranet to set out these arrangements once they're formally approved. But just on the national context then, there's an AI commission stroke AI strategic group at Welsh Government, which will provide advice and support to organisations on how we develop and understand the opportunities of AI, how we map the current ecosystem across Wales, and ensuring safe, responsible and ethical AI usage. So the AI Commission has endorsed 2 UK government standards to date. One is the AI and Digital Regulation Service, which is around helping suppliers navigate the AI landscape, and has really hoped to develop that adoption. And it's been jointly developed with NICE and the MHRA. And then this is about the Algorithmic Transparency Recording Standard, which basically sets out a standard way of recording and sharing information about how AI tools work, what problem they are solving, and how the AI tool is part of that patient decision-making process. Just touch on AI principles in the paper. So alongside the governance, there's a set of principles that have been developed for NHS Wales. These are based on the OECD principles and the Centre for Digital Public Services. These 10 principles will guide guide us all really on the usage of AI in the organisation, and will help ensure that AI doesn't discriminate against those in our populations with protected characteristics. The privacy and security of data complies with UK legislation. It's safe, and that it's used to augment human capabilities with human values. We'll also ensure that AI is sustainable and any usage represents value for money. So the next part of the paper touches on where AI is currently being used in the health board. So basically it's being used in Brainomics, is an application used in stroke care, supporting treatment decisions and improvements in thrombolysis rates, being used in radiology and pathology, and also I've already touched on the deployment of Microsoft Copilot. So within radiology, there's a pilot of AI to diagnose chest X-rays, which have been shared previously, and it's had a number of positive results. It enabled the reporting radiologist to prioritise and concentrate on those suspected lung cancer cases first, and it reduced the wait time of those cases from 47 days to 4 days. And AI tools also showed a good ability to detect small lesions in scans. There are risks and barriers to AI that we also need to be aware of. So models can be built on data that doesn't reflect our diverse communities, so they could therefore be biased, so we always need to be aware of that. False positives can cause alert fatigue. We always need to remember that healthcare is about people, so our AI should complement and support the care that our staff provide. We also need to make sure the skills of the workforce improve to be able to effectively adopt AI, and how AI could be weaved into our patient pathways. And then finally, the maturity of our data used in the NHS is really important. So we've got to make sure that good quality data is collected. That becomes an essential enabler for AI. So the next steps really is the finalising the governance arrangements, these and the procedures. We're continuing to look at the adoption of Copilot, and then we will look at the pilot of ambient AI following the contract award and approval of the business case for digital dictation and speech recognition. So the board really is asked to note the work on the governance arrangements that are underway, support on embedding those governance arrangements across the organisations once they're formally approved, support AI adoption where it supports patient care, solves specific problems and enables improvements in productivity and efficiency, and finally support those AI principles so that we can be assured any AI usage is ethical, safe, and the well-being of our staff and patients are at the core. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. Are there any questions to Paul? I think we eagerly await the future. Penny?
I'm just concerned about it because I don't understand it really, but I can understand about misuse sort of risks. So can you tell me, are all staff being trained in the risks that there could be in
That's so part of our digital strategy, which is coming at the end of March. There's a real focus there on digital skills of the workforce, and we're working with Sarah's team alongside the people plan. So part of that is how we can make sure that, because it was a 16,000 user organisation, it is a challenge, is how we can make it really easy for staff to know they're doing the right things. We look at a blended learning and development approach for that. But of course, any deployments, we are making sure staff are aware of their responsibilities, but what's safe. So yeah, we will drive it through alongside workforce and OD clients. Thank you.
David and then Paul.
I mean, it's artificial intelligence. Best way of thinking about it is it's a big box full of lots of different tools, and there's a bunch of tools which have been around for a very, very long time, and are really pretty well proven. They're well understood. We might not be using them particularly well at the moment, but they've been around for quite a long time. Some of these say span back to the 1950s. And I've been using them in some of my work for the last 20, 30 years in places. And I think some of these tools are fantastic. We're starting to see them being used more, which is where some of the examples around sort of looking at X-rays and categorizing things, that technology has been around for decades now. We're just finally starting to actually make proper use of it. And then there are some more modern, more breakthrough tools like Copilot and ChatGPT and others, which are enabled by some of the fact that we can now power much more things on our devices than we used to be able to do because chips have gotten more powerful. So there's a lot of these types of tools that are more but newer, and we don't quite know really what benefit they are going to have and what some of the risks are. I think one of the things we've got to be able to do as we explore this is have that balance between experimentation and understanding what the risks are and how these things work. So the training, I think, as staff is going to be really, really important. But also I'll recognise that we don't know everything at this point in time, and some of these tools will be useful and some of them will absolutely not under any circumstance be useful. There's some really good work in different places that we should be leaning on. So Dr. Rebecca Payne, who's a GP, does a lot of work with Bangor University and Oxford, has done some great research on how these tools work in terms of medical diagnosis and where they work well and where they don't work well and what the risks are and how they could be and how they couldn't be used. Steph Wright up in Scotland has done some really good work on children's rights and AI and how children should be taken into account of when using some of these tools and what children think about these tools. So I think we need to make sure we take all of these pieces and learn from them as we start to use them. But I think there is a message I could land is that this is not a set of tools that is going to fix everything. We need to work out which specific tools in the box are going to be useful in which specific circumstances, and that takes time and investigation to work out. There are going to be some fantastic things we can do, but there are also going to be some absolute duds in the box, and we just need to work out which ones are good and which ones aren't.
Agreed. And that's why it's important that we use it to solve problems.
Yeah.
Not just for the new and shiny, for the new and shiny sake.
And that is a real risk. And if you look at a lot of the language that comes out of UK government, if you look at some of the language that's coming out of Welsh government, there is an assumption that AI is going to solve every problem that we have. And there's a lot of hype and a lot of excitement about it. It is going to solve some problems, but we need to start with the problem that we're trying to solve and figure out which tool is going to fix it, rather than saying AI is going to fix everything. And I think there's been a lot of noise about the potential savings that AI might make. It's going to make some, but we need to figure out which ones will work.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
The exciting news is the government is going to provide 20 minutes of training to the entire population.
At least 20 minutes.
So that's really exciting stuff for us to look forward to.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they're saying that yet. Thank you. That was very, very helpful. 7.6 performance reporting. Anna.
Thanks, Chair. Really conscious of time, and there's a few items under this, and appreciate a hefty report on both tracking the metrics as well as some of the key actions. So I just wanted to cover under each of the headings. So prevention, I guess I'll take prevention and primary care together. We've had a good conversation about vaccination, I think, today, so I won't go back to that. Did want to draw out there, we talk about best start in life, it's part of our strategy and priority, so really positive that we're making sustained improvements with the Healthy Child Weight Programme, with 6-week and 8-week milestones. Similarly, you'll see the significant upturn in the 8 diabetes care processes performance. Still more to do, but that's on the back of lots of targeted work with primary care colleagues and others in terms of particularly a couple of those processes. So I did just want to draw out those and starting to see a direct kind of impact in terms of measurable outcomes or measurable metrics linked to some of the information and the action, I wasn't going to go, I think we've talked both under escalation and the winter plan, the urgent and emergency care metrics. Suffice to say, without going into any details, shows that system under pressure. I guess where I would just call out in terms of the stroke metrics, we have only got the official bundle, the SNAP bundle metrics up to Q1, which is not great, is it, in terms of that we're in January now. We're expecting the Q2 metrics, unless they've come out since this report was finalised, but in January. But I do know, I don't know, Peter, if you want to come in, that the local operational and validated information is showing that across a number of those bundles of care, we are seeing some improvements. Yeah,
absolutely. Because of the time lag with SNAP, which is a UK-wide audit, we're looking at our local data, and we had our stroke board yesterday, so we review that data regularly anyway to make sure we're not relying on SNAP. And across our metrics, we've seen positively some improvements in Q3, which is our most recent quarter. So in particular, if I mention the 4-hour access to ASU, in the last quarter, we've seen that get up to 20%, which is our health board target, although we have an ambition to be much better than that. Thrombectomy rates at 12.9%, as it says in the report, way exceeding what we aim to achieve. We're monitoring against the new SNAP targets because they have changed, so we're using the same metrics. So things like time to scan, we're now given a target of 20 minutes instead of an hour. We're achieving that for 40% of our patients. We used to always do well on scanning, so that's quite an ambitious target. Swallow screen is up. About 70% of patients get their swallow screen within an hour. And then another one is the time to consultant review used to be 24 hours. It's now 14 hours, and we're achieving that in 50% of our cases. So, and in terms of those metrics, we are in line with the rest of Wales as well. So I was concerned that we weren't becoming an outlier. I'm pleased to see that we're getting back in line. We've still got a long way to go, and we've got ambitions to continue to improve. But yeah, so we are reviewing the data locally, even though we haven't got the SNAP data in a timely way.
Thanks. Just want to draw that out because
Yes,
it's uncomfortable, isn't it, seeing it only goes to Q1. So on Plan Care and Cancer then, so you'll know from the report and previous updates, we'd seen following improvements, we'd seen a deterioration in the single cancer pathway performance. Pleased that the report shows an improving position in November to 60%, and we anticipate that when that closes at the end of January, that will be between 62 and 63%, so continuing to get back. And that's on the back of detailed sort of recovery plans in a couple of key tumour site areas. We had a deep dive as execs last week, some of the cancer work, which was helpful. On 104 weeks, we know this is a significant priority. You'll see from the report, we've got a number of trajectories. We had our IMTP trajectory, and then as money's been drip-fed through the system, that trajectory has changed and improved proportionate to that money. So the report shows we were at 718 in November, patients waiting over 2 years. That came down to 619 in December, so update since the report. As Nicola said in her update, we've had confirmation of additional monies to support the orthopaedic position. So we will be measured now on track to 0 patients waiting over 104 weeks. So it's a huge amount of work. I spent the afternoon with the orthopaedic colleagues yesterday. There's so much work watching all the patients being contacted. It was very impressive. Huge amount of work mobilised to try and get those numbers through. So just wanted to shine a bit of a light on that. We can see, again, there's still a lot of significant work with the additional outpatient activity, and you can see those sharp decline in the over 52-week waits for outpatients. The teams have delivered with the provider over 22,000 additional appointments now, so it's still ahead of plan and still performing really well compared to other parts of Wales. We touched on it last time, so out of that 22,000, the discharge rate is 32%, and they've got a big conversion rate of around 21% as well. So huge amount of work there, and just a reminder, we were looking at around 33,000 total additional activity. Where you can see an impact, as well as with the staff and loads of data and digital and tracking issues there, but in terms of the diagnostics position, and that is having an impact on this additional work.
We said it would.
Yeah, who knew? But there is lots of plans and additional activity in place linked to the funding available to support some of the improvement and the recovery bit required there. But yeah, can't underestimate the work happening there. And then mental health continues across the key Part 1A and Part 1B measures for adults and children, so performing really well. We still have some challenges for adult psychological therapies. There is some actions in train, but it is quite a tricky performance area. And likewise, we know we've witnessed great improvements in the MD for CAMHS. There are some challenges in workforce and a bit of a focused look at what more could be done through the NEST model looked at our as well to try to improve those weights for children in the ND space. So appreciate just drawn out a few, and there's an awful lot of information, but happy to take questions on that or hand to Sarah on the workforce.
Any questions on that? And there are areas that we really simply must improve for performance in. Trying generally. Okay, Sarah?
Thank you. Just to pick up the workforce elements of the report, over this reporting period, staffing posters increased as a result of recruitment campaigns across all the different staff groups contained within the report. Most notably, from September, our decision to recruit 170 newly qualified nurses coming from Welsh universities as part of our student streamlining campaign. To date, 114 of those have come into our numbers, and we're waiting for around another 20 to come in across January and February, which will have a positive impact. Our current vacancy position is just over 53 full-time equivalents, which is a significant improvement. You'll notice from the report as well an increase in terms of administration staff in particular, and relative to the two reports which Paul has presented just now. That is mainly in the digital team, and we will continue to review our administration and clerical position throughout the year and undertake an assessment alongside some of the opportunities that we have aligned to the reports that Paul has presented and our digital strategy. Sickness absence continues to be high. We are seeing that seasonal variation that we would expect at this time of year. Most notably, our top 3 reasons for sickness absence fluctuates as we would expect, where we see cold, cough and flu come into the equation this time of year, and that's really driving that seasonal increase in sickness absence. Nevertheless, supporting, preventing sickness absence and supporting the health and well-being of our staff is a core element of our refreshed people plan, and there's currently work being undertaken across 4 work streams specifically to address sickness absence. That's looking at the data and analytics, so looking at what that's telling us about the health of our workforce population and how we may target positive interventions. A bespoke work stream looking at absence due to stress, anxiety and depression, and also supported training and resources for managers in terms of the application of the sickness absence policy. There is also national work which has just commenced in reviewing our national managing attendance at work policy, which will help our work position. Bank and agency across nursing and other staff groups and medical staff groups has fluctuated over this period. Some has decreased, some has increased, all linked in terms of plans for additional winter capacity and also to support the system pressures which have been discussed earlier in the meeting. Job planning has taken a dip over this reporting period for both consultants and SAS job plans. That has primarily been driven by those job plans which require that 12-month review within the system, and they have dipped off. We've had support from CIMA to roll those over where it is appropriate to do so, and teams are working on that, as well as a number of other positive actions to ensure that the job plans, which will exist in paper form, are put into the system and compliant with the requirement to review on a 12-monthly basis. The other workforce measures contained within the report are remaining consistent, positively turnover stabilising, and we continue to hold with our statutory and mandatory training position despite new modules being added over recent months, and our time to hire continues to be well below the national target to ensure that we're efficiently onboarding new recruits to support our teams. happy to take any comments and questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah? No? Quality?
I'll be brief, Anne. Thank you in the interest of time. So just a few highlights. In terms of Civica, it's a really busy space in terms of our patient experience survey. So we are launching as we speak the cancer treatment survey. We have work underway in terms of translating the patient experience survey into British Sign Language and into different languages. And we've got new surveys coming online for endoscopy research, enhanced communities, and there is discussion around a national children's experience survey. So this is a really busy space in terms of the surveys that are coming online. Our performance remains strong, so between 86 and 88%. It's above the national benchmark. Of course, we continue to make sure that we are also focusing on those patients who have in the 12 to 14% who have an adverse experience. And we are now receiving around 7,000 responses across a quarter. So more significant than where we were perhaps a year ago. You'll see within the report we've identified changes. So what's the data tell us? But we've included, I won't go through them within the report, some of the examples of the work we're doing to improve patient experiences as a result of the Civica surveys. PALS continues to be widely accessed. We are now again fully up to complement. They are doing some additional work in terms of access for people with sensory loss, so in particular for people with hearing loss. So the team have trained in BSL level 1, so British Sign Language level 1, so to ensure that patients and families who have hearing loss can access that. And thank you to charitable funds. We have a post now where Paul and I are working to look at how we improve our translation services over time. So that post holder will be looking at how we improve access to some of our surveys, but also wider access for people around sensory loss and other accessible information issues. In terms of complaints, our early resolution performance remains strong. That's at 85%. When the new regs come into force in April, we will have up to 10 days. We currently have 48 hours. So our performance at 85% within 48 hours, I think, is impressive, and we'd expect to push that when we get to the 10 days points. Disappointingly, our complaints performance has dipped during the quarter, but we are expecting an improvement in quarter 4, and we are on trajectory, on our month-by-month trajectory at the moment in terms of our complaints response. We've been doing focus work with divisions, really grateful for the operational teams engaging with us. So particularly trauma and orthopaedics, who have a lot of complaints related to waiting, and family and therapies, who have done some really focused work on reducing their backlogs. Our acknowledgement performance is 100%. So we have a 2-day target for acknowledgement, and we maintain 100%. So as soon as somebody phones us, they are getting an appropriate response from us. From a patient safety perspective, our RAMI remains below the peer benchmark, and we are 2nd out of 6 in Wales, which is a really good position to be in. You'll see in the report, we have included our pressure ulcer reporting. As I've said before, pressure ulcers are a really good indication of the quality of nursing care. So we really look to pressure ulcers in terms of, what is the quality of our nursing care. And I'm pleased to say that whilst we have had an uptick in our level 2 pressure ulcers, and that needs some focused attention, our rates of 3 and 4, which are our most serious pressure ulcers, are very, very low and have not seen any deterioration. We've got a QI project, which is looking at how we improve the grading, how we work with our teams to improve the identification and prevention, and in particular focusing on level 2 pressure ulcers, and working very closely with our tissue viability teams to make sure we do that. In terms of our falls performance, that's continued to improve over quarter 3, so that's really pleasing. And we do think there is a definite downtick, as in a reduction in safety issues as a result of the ward accreditation. We are, as ward accreditation rolls out, we're going to try and do some more work on cause and effect but we are definitely seeing improved performance in a number of areas as a result of implementation of board accreditation, and I'll come on to that in a second. We're doing some work on duty of candour. Our duty of candour numbers are very low. We did start very high. We did some work on validation because it's very specific in the guidance that duty of candour has to relate to incidents where there's been an inaction or an action that's had an adverse impact on the patient. There is a mandatory training module now, which we think will help, but we're still looking at how we improve awareness, timeliness of reporting, etc. But significant improvements in terms of our data and where we are. Pleasingly, a really positive is our board accreditations. We have 38 wards or teams at bronze, 10 at silver. We've got a number coming through over this quarter, and we are looking at rollout to community teams, specialist services over the coming months, and we hope to have our first gold over the next month or so. Unfortunately, the winter pressures have kind of stalled that a little bit, but we would hope to have a gold before we get to the end of the end of the year. And I have to say a big shout out to older adult mental health. They are leading the way in mental health services. All 3 wards have now achieved accreditation at bronze. One is just away from silver, and they've worked really, really hard. It's a really hard environment, and they've worked really hard on their accreditation. So a massive shout out to our older adult mental health teams. Just in terms of health and safety, so our RIDDOC compliance is 74%. Peter and his team are doing focused work on manual handling training. We're there or thereabouts in the late 60s to 70, but obviously we're continuing further work. And just 2 other areas to highlight: infection prevention and control. Apart from one area, we are below the Orwell's benchmark for all infections. So that's really pleasing in terms of performance. And the one infection, Pseudomonas, is gram-negative, and we're doing work on appropriate testing, and particularly elderly people with urinalysis. I have to say the work we've done with Tracy around respiratory triggers, I think, has saved us in terms of closure of beds. We've gone early with mask wearing and additional measures, and it's been hard for staff, but I think it has helped us both in terms of norovirus, which I think could have been much worse and has been different this winter, but also in terms of the numbers of respiratory infections. And we would hope to be de-escalating in the next week or so because the numbers have come right down. But if you look at where Bristol is, Bristol have got quite a widespread outbreak with norovirus. I think apart from a few areas, we have kept it very contained, but I think that's our proactive work with public health about how do we identify, how do we intervene early. And finally, just in terms of safeguarding, you'll see all of the data. We've had a significant rise in advice and support calls to the team. I think that's really positive. Our teams are identifying now safeguarding adult and child issues. They are seeking help and support with that, and not just submitting a referral, but they are asking that advice. And I think that's due to some of the training, but some of the awareness raising we've had in place with our operational teams. You'll know that, and you'll see within the report, level 3 safeguarding training remains a challenge for us. We do have a recovery plan that will take 2 to 3 years to deliver, but we are systematically training and maintaining the numbers that we can within the resources we have. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you. Any questions for Jenny? David?
I noted that in the sort of the PALS contacts have gone up over the last period, and the 2 biggest categories are communication issues and access to services. Could you, in terms of communication issues, what's sort of included? That's quite a broad description, but what's included in that?
So generally that will be where there's a breakdown in communication between a patient and the ward staff or a team. So we do cover community as well, although we're based in the acutes, but generally some of that will be about language and translation. Some of that will be just, there's been a breakdown in communication, and what the PALS team do is work with the family to make sure that the community and liaise with the ward team. So, you know, the feedback we've had from wards is actually it's helped them because it's reduced, you know, the need for them to do that very detailed work because we pick that up. But generally, that's what the theme, what's underlying the theme, as well as the language issues, particularly with British Sign Language, as you've heard today.
Penny.
Can I just make a quick comment? I think I've said it before, but the ward accreditation scheme, it seems to evoke such pride in the ward. We were at mental health visit the other day, and the ward was really proud, and it seems to focus everybody's attention on good practice. So it's a really good.
Well, I should say it's not. We've led it.
Yeah.
But it is not nursing. Yeah. We have doctors, we have therapists, we have ward assistants, we have domestics, all who are very proud to be part of the team. So it isn't just nursing metrics or audits, it's the whole ward, the whole team. So I think that's where it comes from, and that's why I think because there's that pride and achievement of an award, I think they work really hard at doing things like, you know, the work we're trying to do on falls, the work we're doing on pressure ulcers, you know, the IPAC cleanliness, because they see they've got an outcome, which is a kite mark and a tick.
And it's also cohesive because it brings teams together. Yeah. Tremendously.
Absolutely.
That's one goal.
And it introduces some healthy competition.
Oh, yeah.
So at the moment in surgery, there's a bit of a who's going to be first to gold. Older adult mental health are like, we beat the rest of the mental health wards. You know, they're really proud of the fact that they've gone ahead.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you, Jenny. Rob, and the money.
So,
Even the thoughts.
So the reports included in the packet for the month 8 period ending November 25. I'll quickly go through this, it's just a time. The revenue position for the year to date is a 14.9 million deficit. The forecast is 18.3 million pound deficit. So you can see the profile building up to the plan. I'll come back with the forecast in a moment. The capital spend was 16.9 million, which is approximately 42% of our funding. We're expecting to break even plan on that. And in terms of profile throughout the year, that's a good position to be in. Our public sector payment policy performance, where we have to pay people within 30 days of an invoice, is at 97.2%, which is greater than the 95% target. And on cash holding was 5.5 million, which is below the 6 million pound maximum best practice guidelines. Our underlying position is continuing to be reported at 14 million pound deficit. That will be revised as part of the MTP process, and early indications it will deteriorate. Coming back to the revenue forecast, we have improved from our 19.9 million pound position previously reported to an 18.3 million pound deficit. And that's predominantly driven by clarification of an opportunity around pay award funding, which has now been confirmed. We received 1.8 million pound funding for that. Most of that has gone in to support the bottom line position. Some of it has been utilised to cover up winter and other pressures, and that's reflected in the summary box in the paper. This position does assume we get fully funded for all the RTT and planned care initiatives that are going throughout this year. For into context, we've been allocated of the order of £30 million. There are different mechanisms for recovery of that funding. Some of it is on a case-by-case delivery basis. Some of it is allocations. We know that there is a question outstanding around our Q1 and Q2 overperformance, which we went ahead at risk and have had strong indications that will be funded. That's still to be confirmed. Of the balance of the £30 million, we have, in terms of cash, received 6 million. So you can get a sense there is a degree of risk here in terms of actually confirmation of funding. Cash is a lesser issue, but is obviously still relevant when you're talking about expenditure. And we are broadly on plan to spend to that level. In terms of savings, our savings are reporting at just over 43 million. So the whole evidence is growing a bit in terms of the certainty of delivery at this point in time. We are expecting that to be fully delivered and improved upon where possible to deal with some of our mitigating requirements. In terms of operational costs and running, so our pay spend and non-pay spend run rates are broadly consistent. Pay has gone up by just under £1 million, where we're seeing substantive costs increase and variable costs not reducing to the same degree, but we have touched on the pressures that we've been experiencing earlier. In terms of non-pay, there has been a move of about £4 million off trend, but that is for specific funded initiatives like the Vertex specialty drug that we fund through to the JCC from Welsh Government, and a pharmacy contract national uplift, which again is funded and gets passed out through contract arrangements. There were winter pressures, and we've described those in depth earlier, so I'm not going to go through the narrative, but they are continuing to drive expenditure, which up to this point in time we've been able to mitigate, so we're going to need to keep an eye on that. In terms of the forecast and the risks against the forecast that are included in the report, there's a subsequent update. Welsh Risk Pool and the implications of the Band 2 to 3 national settlement will for 25-26 be funded by Welsh Government. So that's a very, very positive step for us in terms of those two significant risks. To put into context, we're probably at the point of having to put some of those costs, particularly Welsh Risk Pool costs, into our forecast, and we would have moved by the order of £9 million by bursary. So that's a very, very significant benefit for us. Noting it's non-recurrent, both of them non-recurrent, so it doesn't help us for next year. Just to summarise in terms of the timing of papers, we've run a month 9 position as well, and just as an overview, the position is held and the forecast is held. So again, that's the confidence improving, and boards asked to note for assurance.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions to Rob? No, I think that was quite clear. And thank you. Thank goodness they're funding the Welsh Risk Pool, but we'll come to that further. The strategic risk report, please, Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'm going to take the report as read. It sets out our position against all our risks with only one recommendation to change the risk score of SRR 005A, which is in relation to Health Board maintaining adequate arrangement to ensure system-wide patient flow. And I think in the context of what we've already talked about and some of the acuity changes we've seen as well. So it's just really to accept the change and not the rest of the report.
Thank you. Has anybody any comments on the risk report? I know that all the committees will have seen their individual risks. Yep, fine, thank you. Key matters from committees of the board. Any comments from chairs? We've read the report.
I think just to comment that I think that the new system of summaries, I think is really good. Gives a good picture of all the committees when you read them as well. So thanks to
and they interrelate.
the team for that.
Thank you. Helen.
Just wanted to flag a couple of things from PQSO. I think we had a very helpful deep dive on safeguarding level 3 training at our last meeting to really put it in context as to why it is so difficult. That there are actually over 6, as it's a regulational requirement for all regulated members of the workforce, so that's 6,000 staff. And as this is a face-to-face course that's required, it's very difficult to deliver, and there's been a new requirement. So I think it's very helpful that the head of safeguarding really explained the context to us and makes it much more understandable as why there is a problem, and it's going to take a while to sort out. We had good update on the mortuary incident action plan, so good progress has been made in that, and actually the team has been exemplar to other places as to what they've learned from the incidents that were going on, and when you see it on the national scale as well, other incidents in other places in the UK. And just an update that obviously following Audit Wales report on ophthalmology, we did receive a report, a thematic review of the cases where patients could potentially have come to harm through delays and what actions have been taken. So that was helpful as a follow-up from that audit report.
Thank you, Helen. Penny?
Sorry, yes, my report didn't come because we only had our meeting last week. So just a quick overview. But just first, I'd like to say the standard of the reports was so much better. It's so good, it was so clear. In emphasising improvements that needed to be made, what they'd worked on the action plan, improvements and how they were achieving it and what more to do. So we commented on that and gave feedback. But really, it was basically about mental health. We did Mental Health Act compliance report. The general use of the Mental Health Act remained within expected variation, although Section 136 was higher. But there was a 67% reduction in the use of Section 4, reported attributed to improved availability of Section 12 approved clinicians. And the committee supported further training and analysis to understand emerging themes and reduce unlawful or incorrect detentions. And then another one was primary, but performance and outcomes, including quality, safety and activity. This remains strong, supported by improved digital processes and robotic process automation. Work was underway to redesign psychological therapy pathways, improve access and address the risks. And significant improvements were reported in quality and safety activity, with completion of observation policy training, the use of 7-minute briefings to reinforce the safe management of deliberate self-harm, and the introduction of daily incident reviews and safe to start checks across inpatient areas. CAMHS maintained sustained performance in key early intervention metrics, and there was a lot going on. Basically, neurodevelopment services are going, the demand is still high, but they're looking at different ways of stabilizing these lists, looking for, they're going to address it by addressing the needs as opposed to wishes, which are very different. And then restricted practices, reviewed the ongoing work to minimise the use of restrictive practices, which has been a concern. A national pilot underway, oversight of restrictive interventions through enhanced data reporting, but the committee noted early positive feedback on the use of the safety pod to de-escalate, to support de-escalation, and divisional dashboards were now tracking enhanced care levels on a daily basis. So Mental Capacity Act and DOLS, the report provided assurance to the committee of continued progress across the whole area. It's been implemented, documentation of capacity assessments, best interest decisions had improved, and work continued to strengthen DOLS processing and explore internal capacity. So all in all, we felt it was a positive meeting.
Well, that certainly sounds extremely positive considering the position we have been in.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Any questions on the committees? No? Could I welcome Sarah and Andrew? Sorry to have kept you an awful long time, but your external audit reports, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Balthazar. Yes, I'm going to start off with the annual audit summary. So this report provides an overview of our audit work completed in the calendar year. You've been on the board a long time, so you'll have seen a number of these come through. For the financial audit for the 24-25 accounts, just wanted to highlight the papers submitted on time, the quality of the draft accounts and supporting working papers was good, and as was the engagement of the finance team throughout the audit. So the report provides a summary of our financial audit findings, but I did want to highlight that we gave an unqualified, true and fair opinion for that work. In relation to performance audit, we've got a number of audits which we've just summarised in here. The structured assessment, which Sarah will be presenting in a moment, so I won't go into that. We've included a high-level summary of plan care of the eye care or ophthalmology services, and it was very good to hear that there's been additional work, particularly around quality assurance, following our reporting of that work. And I would also highlight that although we've undertaken that eye care review in the Nire and Bevan Health Board, because of the regional approach, we have also undertaken the work in Cwmtaf Morgannwg and Cardiff and Vale, so we have sort of a broader view and a regional take as well. And finally, the remaining two reports we've got summarised in there is the urgent and emergency care report, and the local report that we've undertaken, which followed up quality governance arrangements. So the remainder of the annual audit summary highlights the work we still have in progress. Most of that is making good progress. We've got some which is a little bit early, but we will be kicking that off very shortly. And there's a short section in there which highlights our sort of audit quality arrangements. So if you're really interested, there is an annual report you can click on and have a look at. So that was very short and sweet, but I would just like to say that we do value the ongoing relationship and engagement. We have good professional engagement, and generally that helps us deliver our programme throughout the year. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew and Sarah, for that. And we greatly welcome your involvement and external review of us, because it does hold a mirror up to what we're doing, and your advice is always really useful, helpful and practical. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Thank you, Chair. So if I could just go through the structured assessment report. So this is our annual structured assessment, which the Audit and Risk Committee considered on the 16th of December of last year. The report is in a new format, so it does look a little bit different from last year. The fieldwork was undertaken over summer, with the report finalised in November of 25. Even though there's a change in the format, our scope has remained the same. So we continue to look at how the board works, how it keeps track of risks, performance, service quality recommendations, how it produces key plans and strategies, and how it manages its finances. This year we also looked at the implementation of recommendations from previous structured assessment, and also the 2024 work that we did on cost savings, and overall we found there was good progress being made in addressing the recommendations from those pieces of work. Just to summarise what we found in this year's structured assessment, so we found that the board remains effective with good governance and high quality information supporting decision making. The board listens well to patients and service users, but could do more to hear from staff. The health board is improving how it manages risks, is finalising its corporate risk register at the time of our work, and had also approved a new long-term strategy, which gave some clear direction and set milestones and targets. At the time of our work, and it has been covered previously, the health board had an approved 3-year IMTP, but we are aware that the status of that has changed since the field work. Although financial oversight is strong and the health board has a good track record of delivering savings, the financial position was worsening at the time of our work. And to meet these challenges, the health board needs to focus on transforming services and delivering its strategy. We made 6 recommendations in the report, which has been accepted, and we have a completed management response to these, around introducing report on declarations of interest compliance, more use of staff stories at board, formally reporting progress and actions following patient safety leadership walkarounds, some focus on patient quality safety outcomes committee reporting, but noting the recent update that was just mentioned, improving oversight of local clinical audit activity, and we know that a report's recently gone in relation to that, but also tracking recommendations from other bodies, including Healthcare Inspectorate Wales. Andrew said, you know, we rely on the continued support. So again, I'd just like to reiterate those thanks, with special thanks to Rani and her team. And I'm happy to take any questions on the content of the report.
Thank you very much. That was a really helpful report, actually. Are there any questions or comments to Wales Audit Office? I think the reports are extremely clear and very helpful indeed. And nothing absolutely catastrophic has been presented to us, and it's really sensible advice, and we do value it very much indeed. And thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, can I just note back my thanks to Andrew, Sarah, and the team for the work that you do for us and our positive working relationship. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Can we move on to item 8, the consent agenda? Are you content to adopt the remaining parts of this agenda in full with approval and noting those issues that need to be outlined? And they're in sections 8.1 and 2. Yeah. Any other business? If not, the date of the next meeting is the 25th of March 2026. There's left a day, eh?
There you go.
So we'll have a half an hour break, please, and then move into our private and in-committee session. Thank you.